All right. All right. We're back. We're live. I actually got a full night of sleep last night, so yeah, that's rare. But yeah, so we're back. Another day of the Karen Reed trial. My screen says day 4, so yeah. Wait, is Durham Pink Panther Town? Neil Morrison? Skipping ahead in the chat while I say hello. Hello, cellulite yoga pants and Neil. I'm still early according to Mormon Standard Time because only 5. Well, it was 4 minutes after the scheduled time. We're starting 30 minutes later than we have been starting, but that was a strategic call on my part. And Vince, I'm glad if you're ducking work for the rest of the day that you're spending it here. Brandon, just naughty or or not. I always appreciate puns, even bad ones. So okay, Neil, you you have Brandon beat. You have Brandon beat. That that is one of the best worst puns I've seen in a while. So Pink Panther Town. Um, although that there is a lot of local music. Um, not so much Durham, but the that general area because you've got Sting, you've got the Animals, Eric Burden, you've got Mark Knopfler is from your neck of the woods in Scotland, but he grew up in Newcastle, so lots of music I love originating out of the local area. Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean, is from Consett in County Durham, which is where one of my close friends is from. So it's yeah. But yeah, so like I mentioned, the later start was strategic because the jurors got to go on a field trip today. They went to, I believe, 34 Fairview Road to look around. And so the ceiling fan in the courtroom, well, no, they switched from the ceiling fan to their title screen. Um, but it was on for a very long time today. And so not knowing when they would get back, I strategically started later so that hopefully if we do catch up with real time, it's not still during the break. But so quick recap. Yesterday was all firefighters all the time. We ended we were still on the direct examination of firefighter McLaughlin, who she was the one that was taking the history from Karen Reed at the scene. So to me, she's the best firefighter witness as far as the supposed confessions. Best for the prosecution, of course, not the best for the defense, unless, of course, we'll see what cross examination brings out. It could be that their cross goes swimmingly and they blow up the case right there and there. I have my doubts, but we'll see. So once again, you know, I from what I've seen, we don't have free Karen Reed people in here at the moment. all are welcome. Just, the general rules are no spam, no personal attacks, no racism, homophobia, terms of service violations, you know, and no spoilers. As I've said all along, I'm intentionally trying to base my verdict off of the evidence presented in court. So I have avoided outside evidence to the best of my ability. So when you have, looking in the live chat on Law and Crime, everyone's spouting facts that, they're absolute incontrovertible facts. Well, number one, they're not facts. Who released them? Did you hear them from the witnesses, or did you hear them from Turtle Boy? But until it comes out in court, it's not evidence. So I'm basing it on evidence. Once again, in order to avoid bias as much as possible, I'm basing my opinions on the evidence presented in court. So yeah, that being said, I think there's roughly an hour-ish of testimony before the break. Well, maybe an hour and a half. Just scrolling through two. Either way, yeah, so we just looking at the preview there on the slider, it looks like we finish with Firefighter and McLaughlin. Then they go on an extended break and come back with white-haired goatee dude, which, judging by the chat when I checked if they were back, is another firefighter. So and spoiler, we see his arm. But yeah, judging by the amount of break and us still at 1 1/4 speed, we might catch up with real time. I doubt it, but it's possible. So, and the major charge she is facing, the top line is second-degree murder. And I don't really like the way the statute is written in Massachusetts. There's a lot I prefer about Massachusetts over Utah. I think Utah, as far as the way but not just the criminal code, but the entire annotated laws of the state of Utah, we do a pretty good job. And I like our relatively simple court system. There, if it starts in district court, it goes all the way through district court, which is the equivalent of superior court in Massachusetts. There's no, lower court arraignment and then tossing it up. It's all done in one. I like it. But so second-degree murder, basically, the way it's written, I discussed it a little bit. We looked at it on the Sunday preview stream. They described first-degree murder as, the standard intentional, malice aforethought type murder. Or in the commission of treason, basically. And anything less than that, but with intent to kill, is second-degree murder. And so that's what she's charged with. And I don't know if this is a lesser included charge, to be frank, because it's a slightly different charge. So, regular manslaughter would be a lesser included, and I don't know. I haven't actually seen the indictment, but driving under the influence manslaughter, whatever the actual charge is called, but basically DUI manslaughter is count 2. And that's, did you unintentionally kill someone while driving under the influence of intoxicants? And, I'm on the record saying, to me, that shouldn't actually be a law. That shouldn't be a crime. That should just be second-degree murder, because to me, that's depraved indifference. That's second-degree murder. And and then the third is leaving the scene of an injury accident. I think those are the 3 charges, if I remember right. And Vince, it could be that you need to switch to all chat, because there's settings you might be on top chat instead of all chat, and that would help you see her, is my guess. So, but yeah, so that said, let's jump into it. And actually, and to me, like I said, charging second degree instead of first degree. Of course, that's why you do the lesser included charges. Is you tell the jury, hey, if you don't think it was first, it could be second. It could be manslaughter. You get to decide which elements are met, and so she could be found not guilty of the second degree murder, but guilty of the DUI manslaughter, because they, one is a specific intent, whereas to me, like I said, I do think DUI manslaughter is depraved heart, basically, reckless indifference. But and as I've mentioned, the critics in my comment section, have called me biased, and I've said, show me there's a conspiracy and I'll change my mind. I came into this thinking she probably hit him. I have no idea about intent. So, as of now, she's presumed innocent and nothing has been proven. If I were to vote right now as a juror, it's not guilty because it hasn't been proved. But we still have weeks of the prosecution's case in chief to go before we can even think about an actual verdict. So, yeah.
Business before the Honorable Federal Economic Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Township of Norfolk. Do I hear? Give me attendance and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court now open. You may see it.
2282CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record? And Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Judge David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. So while you bring your witness in, Mr. Lally, I'd like to see you counsel at sidebar for a brief moment.
Oh, joy.
But,
Starting with a sidebar. But and one thing I've seen discussed elsewhere is the reason we're just hearing objection and not grounds for objections is that's actually one of the pretrial rulings. And frankly, the objection is the important part. The reality is the judge knows why you're objecting. So it gets on the record. If it's questionable that they're going to do a sidebar, it'll get on the record. So it'll be preserved for appeal one way or another. And yeah, it just makes it a little more boring for us. Oftentimes the sidebar is the exciting part of trial. Of course, many courtrooms, you don't hear the sidebar because it's that they have a white noise machine so that the jury doesn't hear. It's really weird sitting in the gallery. You can see the conversations happening, but the white noise machine really works very well. It's very effective. It's a weird sensation. Whereas, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, when I was there in person, they sent the jury out of the room for a lot of the extended arguments, and they didn't use the white noise machine for that. So we actually heard them, and it was just the shorter ones with the jury in the room that it was white noise. And she's been fine as a judge. She's keeping order in the courtroom. She's obviously she has a firm grasp on her pretrial rulings, which I would hope she does. She's I really think the reason she's so quick, counsel, can we have a sidebar, and, yoinking them up to the stand, is she doesn't want to be making curative instructions. So she's proactive, which not all judges are. It's not inappropriate. But this isn't Law and Order. This isn't Liar Liar, Jim Carrey. It's actual court. And the reality is the jury shouldn't be deciding on theatrics. They should be deciding on the evidence and attempting to keep the focus on the evidence. I think the judge is doing a good job at that. I've seen them complain that she's sighing a lot and she's being real short with the defense and not with the prosecution. Well, maybe going at 1 1/4 speed, I'm not catching the sighs. I'm not noticing them. I'm whatever. But I'm also not paying attention for them, to be honest. As far as being more short with the
Court reporter.
with the defense. They're being more aggressive, and they're, I think, trying to play a little more fast and loose, trying to maybe open some doors that were closed pre-trial. I don't know. This is just my speculation. Whereas Mr. Lawley has been unaggressive, which, you know, a lot of the free Karen Reed crowd is, you know, he's boring, he's unfocused, he's terrible. I know he's annoying Emily Baker, but you know, I can see her extreme ADD not liking him. That's fine. But he's not raising his voice. He's not aggressive. He's not confrontational, but they're his witnesses. So why would he be confrontational? We'll see when he starts cross-examining Karen Reed's witnesses. The judge might treat him different then. She might not. She you know, it could be this is the way she treats anyone doing cross-examination. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. My guess. I don't know. Because as I've said, I'm a lawyer in Utah, not in Massachusetts. This is the sum total of my experience with this judge. So
Could you raise your right hand one more time? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I have a few more questions for you. So, turn your attention to the period of time you testified about yesterday when your at Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of the ambulance. With respect to his clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to that clothing?
He had, in terms of what he was wearing,
First, in terms of what he was wearing.
he was wearing jeans. He had on a dark colored light zip up jacket. And I noticed one sneaker.
Now, with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to the condition of that clothing?
It was soaked through.
As far as tears or holes or anything else with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
I didn't see any.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, John?
Yes. Okay.
Now, first, Firefighter McLaughlin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Do I
You
recognize
recognize what it is?
what it is?
Yes.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The address of the call, 34 Fairview Road.
Now, with respect to this photograph, you observed within it or where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground when you first arrived?
From this angle, no, I don't.
And if you could, it was not on the photograph, is it off to the left, the right, or where would it be in relation to this photograph?
To the left, I would say.
And about how far off frame do you believe it was?
I'm not sure. So my view of the call was, my reference point wasn't a house on either side. The patient was off the road. So my view of this call was the patient was on the side of the road. The only thing that I noted was a fire hydrant. So in relation to, I know it was to the left of a house, but I'm not sure exactly how far left it would be from this picture, from this angle.
So your memory is to the left of the house near a fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Take that down. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you.
All right. As I mentioned yesterday, can't remember his name. The not Yannetti defense counsel, I think, is the better, at least on cross-examination. To me, he's the best lawyer in the courtroom so far. He's not as aggressive as Yannetti. He's competent to me. He's good.
Good morning, Mr. McLaughlin.
Morning.
You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow at 34 Fairview. That was the address you recalled.
Correct.
The house you just looked at, that is in fact 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
As Mr. O'Keefe was being transported by ambulance, you were instructed by firefighter Flamati to get information about the victim, Karen Reed, correct?
He wasn't being transported by the ambulance at that time. He was on the stretcher. And Tony, who was at the head of the stretcher, asked me to get information from Miss Reed about the patient, but he wasn't being transported in the ambulance at that time.
Who's Tony?
Firefighter Flamati.
When you did,
That's a point I made yesterday. Don't call him Tony, call him Flamati, you know, keep it consistent. Although she was sequestered as a future witness, so she doesn't know how they referred to her colleagues before she testified. So she doesn't know that she's being inconsistent by calling him Tony when no one else has called him Tony. But yeah.
in fact, did you follow those directives?
I did.
When you finally approached Miss Reed in order to get that medical history as best you could, what did the scene look like? Who was with you or around you?
So they started to move the stretcher towards the ambulance. Miss Reed was sort of, I guess I would describe it as moving around.
So, and I assume you're asking how long was she away while Johnny was in the snow? So she left at sometime between 12:30 and 1:30. They left the Waterfall Bar and Grill, went to 34 Fairview Road. She never went inside. And that, you know, none of this is in evidence yet. This is just from the opening. She went home. At 5:30, according to her story, she woke up, realized Johnny wasn't there, and so she frantically went looking for him, called Jen McCabe and the other woman that was with them, whose name I can't remember, and they got together and drove over there looking for him, arriving right around 6 o'clock. So she was gone from the Albert residence for about 5 hours, if that's the question you were asking. And that's, like I said, none of that is in evidence yet. That's all from the opening statement.
The scene, so she was moving, kind of going in circles. So I was really just focused on her, trying to get her to converse with me and get those questions. So that I wasn't really noticing anything else at that point. I was more just trying to contact her, and she was.
And like I mentioned yesterday, it's a chaotic scene. It's fluid. It's dynamic. You notice the things you're focused on. You notice what you're focused on because that's what's important to you at the moment.
Moving around.
What were you wearing at the time?
I had my like winter fire jacket on.
What color is it?
It's yellow and red.
Bright yellow for safety purposes.
Yes.
When you began your actual questioning, once everybody sort of stood still, you began your questioning of Ms. Reed. You were standing in one spot, Ms. Reed was standing to your right, is that right?
Well, the questioning started, as I said, she was moving around the scene. So the questioning was ongoing as she was moving around to different locations. I don't know exactly how many of the questions I got out during the time that she was moving around. At
Yes.
one point, we did come to a stop. And at that point, she was to my right.
That's the point I want to focus your attention on, if I could. When you came to a stop, that's the point at which you recall the statement being made that you attribute to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And in that group, who was there? I want to make sure I understand this exactly.
So there was Miss Reed to my right. There was a civilian woman to my left. There was a police officer who was not directly across from me, but I would say maybe diagonal to me, closer to Miss Reed.
Your Honor, I'm holding a photograph of this insurance to Commonwealth. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you, Mr. Laughlin, a still photograph. I'm going to ask you to take a quick look at that photograph and look up after you've studied it for a second and tell me if you recognize people that are in that photograph.
I recognize people in it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Is this an exhibit or are you moving to introduce
I'm
it?
moving to introduce it. It has not been introduced as yet.
Okay. So go ahead and have the witness adopt it.
Sir, do you see the person closest to frame? Closest to the camera?
Yes.
In what appears to be a yellow and red jacket.
Yes.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Who's to your right?
It appears to be Miss Reed,
And to your left?
a civilian woman,
And across, as you said, sort of diagonal closer to Ms. Reed is,
a police officer.
do you know that officer's name, by the way?
I don't know his name.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask that this be marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
So we are going to remark these exhibits today because of the problems that I indicated at sidebar. How do you want to?
Okay, so that might have been what the sidebar was at the beginning. There had been a mistake marking the exhibits, or they had added new exhibits. It's yeah.
do this, Madam Reporter? I don't know where we start from. Tori, how many are in evidence?
Right now, that's what we have. Well, no, sorry. And all we have at the moment is I hit him. Linking her there. Now, as I said, I think her behavior at the O'Keefe residence after the hospital, to me, is suspicious, but you know, for all I know, Paul O'Keefe might have told her, you may as well get your things and get the fuck out of here. You're not welcome anymore. Now, he didn't testify about saying anything like that, just that she gathered her things and left. But the broken tail light has not actually been admitted into evidence yet. We've received nothing about her car other than showing it at the O'Keefe residence on the Ring camera, and possibly, you know, there is a civilian SUV at the scene. I don't think it's been testified yet that that's Karen's, or, you know, is it someone else's? Is it Jen McCabe's? We don't know yet. So the broken tail light, not in evidence yet. So there's that.
Folks, it's my responsibility to make sure the record is intact. And You've heard numbers 1, 3, 309, 247. We need to straighten this out to make sure it's appropriate for you. You know what, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, just mark it as the next exhibit number, whatever in the hundreds that is, and we'll take care of this today. I don't want to waste your time, folks, while we do this, but it's very important that we do it.
True.
81.
All right. All right, so there was any objection to that from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, this is the time or the scene that you told us about when you heard the statement that you've attributed to my client, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sure. This is a moment in time, it captures a moment in time when you're standing there, to your right is Karen Reed, which you've described, to your left is a civilian female, which you've described, and across from you is an officer, which you've also described.
Yes.
So this would be the time or close in time to the time that you heard the statement that you attribute to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
The first time you ever made that official report, or an official report to law enforcement regarding that statement was January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well, yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer, so that would technically be the first time that statement was made to a police officer in my presence.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. It was, when did you relay having heard that statement to the police officer? And as a you know, if I'm the prosecution, I never want to hear one of my witnesses on cross start an answer with, well, it's not saying she's lying, it just doesn't look good. But once again, I think she misunderstood the question, because it was, she answered, when was the first time the law enforcement heard it? It's like, well, he could have heard it with his own fucking ears. He was right there. But that wasn't the question. It was, when did you tell law enforcement what you heard? When did you make your report? Because like I've mentioned, what he's trying to do now is trying to show, look, you haven't been consistent. You're just telling us now for the first time what you've heard. Whereas the prosecution wants to show, hey, she reported it to law enforcement on this date. She testified in front of the grand jury on this date, and on and on.
And then, yes, I testified to it on January 30th, as you said.
You said it on January 30th. You weren't testifying under oath, correct?
Okay. Said it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question.
And she's not a lawyer. She's not a lawyer. She's, you know, being interviewed by the police is not testimony. So she didn't testify. He's correct. But she's not an expert. She's a firefighter. She's a firefighter. She's not a lawyer. She's not a court employee. It's just like, I see so many people, you know, oh, this person perjured themselves. It's like, well, they may have lied, but were they under oath? Was it a sworn statement? Was it an affidavit? No, then it may have been a lie, but it wasn't perjury. Now, lying to the police may not be perjury, but it might be a separate crime, just not perjury. So, yeah.
It was really, and I appreciate you clarifying. My question was really the first time you actually told this statement to any law enforcement officer was on January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. That was when you met with Trooper Michael Crockett, correct?
And that's another example of why you need to ask clear questions. Make sure that the witness doesn't have to interpret it. Now, to me, it was a clear question, but you don't want witnesses, even on cross-examination, having to interpret your question. You want them to answer your question.
Yes.
Obviously, that was very close in time to the event. It was the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
The events were close.
The 29th. Yeah. So it would be the next day.
Right. 29th, 30th?
Yep.
Okay. The events were fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
You obviously knew about the importance of that interview. You knew that it dealt with a police officer who had passed.
I knew it was important to talk to the police about what I heard.
And you wanted to be accurate.
Yes.
You wanted to be as detailed as you possibly could.
Yes.
And you understand that memories, obviously, they get a little worse with time, not better with time, right?
Sure.
The closer in time you are to the event, the fresher your memory is going to be about the details of that event. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor the day after the event, on January 30th, that the statement that you attribute to my client was actually made to the female, not to you in response to your questioning. That's what you told Trooper Proctor, correct?
I don't have those notes in front of me, so I don't know that I can tell you that that's correct, but the statement was made in response to.
Yeah, the state can, they can't coach their witnesses. They absolutely can and should prep the witnesses. Now, it might not necessarily be Mr. Lally prepping the witnesses, but like the bigger prosecutors' offices, they have the victim services, victim witness coordinators. I've mentioned before when I did my internship at the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Salt Lake, the victim coordinator was Yvette Rodier, who she is a lawyer. She was the victim of a very infamous crime here in Salt Lake in the 90s. She was shot. Her, I won't say boyfriend because they were on a first date, but Zach Snar was killed by a piece of trash that wanted to know what it felt like to kill someone. And so Yvette would help prepare at least the victims, but also other witnesses, and, hold their hand out in the hall, giving them a pep talk. She couldn't coach them on what to say, but giving them information on what to expect. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you want to prepare them, even with general instructions, like, you can't just shake your head. No. You need to say yes, no, even basic instructions like that are important prep for witnesses. Now, at some point, police officers probably aren't going to need a whole lot of prep. It might be, hey, look over your report, pay special attention to page 2, and let's go. Firefighters, testify more than your average Joe off the street, but they might need a little more prep, a little more pep talk, a little more encouragement. So, and that's it. Sorry, I didn't fully read that, but that's what he's trying to do right now. I was going to say the prosecutor in preparing her can't say, so when I ask you this, you say this. That would be very inappropriate. That, frankly, would be tampering. Although, me as a defense attorney, I'd be charged with tampering. The prosecutor isn't going to charge himself with tampering. So,
My question, however, the Miss Reed was looking at the civilian woman as she said that.
Does it refresh your recollection that what
Don't read what you think refreshes a recollection. You can show or you cannot read it. Yes.
take a look, the highlighted portion of that.
and that is the rule. Refresh recollection. She has to refresh her recollection. You can't refresh it for her because that's you testifying.
And look up when you're finished.
Okay,
Now,
sure.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection about what you told Trooper Proctor on January 30th?
Yes.
And you told Trooper Proctor,
No,
quote,
let her,
in terms-
hold on, I'll see it sidebar.
So does that refresh your recollection? Yes. So when you told Trooper Proctor, that's not her, she hasn't
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In fact, what
indicated yet anything about what she has told Trooper Proctor. So he's jumping the gun there a little bit.
you told Trooper Proctor was, quote, Karen then turned to her friend and stated, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. End quote. Correct?
Okay.
But was that responsive to her question? So Firefighter McLaughlin, what happened? She turned to her friend, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. So those aren't mutually exclusive. But was she responding to her question, or was she just being hysterical? That's what they're trying to show. I just don't know that it's mutually exclusive.
Is that yes?
Yes, if you're saying that's in quotation marks in that, then yes.
That's what's in the report.
Okay.
And you don't have to agree with me. I'm asking yes or no questions. Not okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was that Karen Reed looked at the female to your left and said 4 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
And have you since learned that the name or identity of the female that was standing to your left?
No.
You're aware that the female that was standing to your left reported the exact same statement?
No.
Are you aware that the female standing to your left reported that exact same statement as, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
She said she doesn't know. This is actually good for the prosecution if Trooper McLaughlin doesn't know her identity, assuming it's Jen McCabe, doesn't know her identity, doesn't know what she said, because if she doesn't know what she said, doesn't know what was in her report, she is fashioning her testimony off of what she heard, off of what she perceived, as opposed to collusion, as opposed to groupthink.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You then went back to the ambulance after you heard that statement that you believed you heard my client state.
Yes.
You opened the ambulance door, correct?
Yes.
That was the back door,
The side door.
the side door. And there were two firefighter paramedics in that ambulance at the time, correct?
I believe there were more than 2 at that time.
2 of them included firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamont.
Yes.
And at that point, you told them what you believed you had just heard.
So I went into the back of the ambulance. I said, this is his name. This is his date of birth. She says he doesn't have any medical history or allergies, doesn't take daily medications. And then I said, she's saying I hit him. And firefighter Nuttall motioned to his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
The answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall.
That was no question pending. Basically, her going into firefighter Nuttall motion to his face, that wasn't responsive to any question. There was no question pending. She had answered his question. You told him this. She says, yes, I said this. But then when she moves on, and then he motioned, that's no question pending.
The phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
You can write that in any report.
I don't write a report in this scenario of my job.
Let her finish the answer, please.
So there are 2 people that will write reports in my department on a call, one being the lead paramedic and the other being the officer who's on scene. So those are the people that write reports, and I was neither of those, so I did not write that in a report.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me ask the question again. You didn't write it in any report?
No.
You didn't write it in any notes?
No.
You didn't document that statement in any way whatsoever, correct?
Other than my interview with Proctor and my subsequent testimony.
You didn't document that statement in any way yourself, did you?
No.
Since January 30th, in that conversation that we just talked about with Trooper Proctor, your statement has evolved. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that.
You testified yesterday to something quite different
Not quite different.
than what you testified, I'm sorry, what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
Respectfully, I think my testimony has been pretty consistent.
You testified.
She's said the same thing that she heard. The only change you've taken from her is who Karen Reed was aiming it at, you know, and that's not changing her testimony. That's adding detail. It's adding detail. It's adding detail.
Something yesterday quite different in context than what you told Trooper Proctor. Isn't that right?
I don't know that that's right.
Well, you told Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed looked at a female standing to your left, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told these jurors that Karen Reed said, I hit him, and an officer said, you what? And she repeated, I hit him, and the officer immediately turned and went to find another sergeant. Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No, there was more to that testimony.
That's
I
not what you
think.
said yesterday?
I think I said more than that, than what you just repeated.
Is what I said consistent with what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said, more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
Would I agree with that? I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same?
I understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
And that's badgering.
Ms. McLaughlin, who's Caitlin Albert?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody named Caitlin Albert.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Did you know Caitlin Albert?
I do.
Friends with Caitlin Albert?
I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
How do you describe an acquaintance?
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
So here we go. We're into the conspiracy cover-up part. So does she know? Now, I don't know. Caitlin Albert, is she the homeowner? Is she related to the homeowner? I don't know. Well, frankly, if she went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, I'd assume that's the sister of the homeowner, because I'd assume that's her maiden name. But I don't know. This is just me speculating, of course. But if she's not close friends with her, when she sees her, it's, you know, from the greater circle of friends, the, you know, friend of a friend, see, like, I don't know, you know, that there are people I went to high school with that I'll see maybe at social events that I don't know where they live. I certainly don't know where their siblings live. So if I am a firefighter responding to a call at a random house, I don't know if I am acquainted with the person inside or not. At least not necessarily. course, you know, Salt Lake City is, you know, it's not huge, but it's not Canton, Massachusetts. You know, within my neighborhood, yeah, maybe. But I just, at this point, that's my thoughts. Of course, we don't have a lot of evidence on that yet. I'm just giving my initial thoughts.
Who's her dad?
I don't know.
Objections.
Do you know who her family is?
Objection.
Sustained.
Maybe approach her.
Yes.
So basically, none of this is relevant to what she's testified on direct. We don't know who Caitlin Albert is. So them asking about this random person, as of now, there's no foundation to be asking about Caitlin Albert, and especially not about her dad, about her family. All we have a foundation for is that McLaughlin went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert and sometimes sees her socially, but like they're not friends, they're acquaintances. That's all the foundation we have. So can you tell me about her brother's wife's second cousin? There's no foundation. And of course, there could be pretrial rulings. There might have been motions in limine, you know, evidentiary limitations, because you know the judge did rule the of the two pretrial rulings I know the result of. Third party culprit defense allowable on admissible evidence. Lacking foundation means it's not admissible, at least not yet. It might become admissible, but as of now, it's not. And that's it. You know, we see Judge Middleton. He knows everyone. He knows their grandparents. He knows their family relationships. But he's not disqualified so long as he's not prejudiced by it. But of course, Judge Middleton, you know, isn't a witness in a murder trial either. He's the judge. So basically, this could be impeachment testimony. It's, you know, do you have a reason to lie? Do we have a reason to question your honesty? Impeachment. Whereas I think where they're going is conspiracy. You know Caitlin Albert, therefore you know the Albert family, therefore you would cover up a crime for the Albert family. Now, I've mentioned several times on here, I went to high school with Haloti Ngata. I knew him relatively well. We weren't close friends, you know, and I use him as an example, you know, future NFL Hall of Famer. Like probably first ballot Hall of Fame once he's eligible. He's only been retired a couple of years, but, you know, hung out with him a little at school through sports. Never went to his house. He never went to my house. We never partied together or anything like that. So just I may have been closer to Haloti than she is to Caitlin Albert. I may have not been as close to Haloti. I'm not conspiring to cover up a crime if Haloti were to cover one or to commit one. Now, he's a super nice guy. I don't foresee him committing crimes, but you know, I'm not conspiring to protect some random person I went to high school with that I wasn't even close to, that I might see twice a year. I'm just not doing it. But I'm also not a shitty person, so that's true. It's very wealthy from what I've seen, and wealthy suburbs. I made the point yesterday. I think you get a different police force that, you know, they hear hoof prints, they're not seeing zebras. They find a guy passed out in a snowstorm, they're not thinking murder, whereas, you know, South Boston, they might.
Ms. McLaughlin, I'm going to let you step out for a few minutes, show them what you have, and let a court officer know when you're ready for me to come back up.
All rise for the court, please.
So, show them what you have. What was that directed to, Firefighter McLaughlin? You step out, show them what you have, and let us know when you're ready? Or was that instructed at the defense, show the prosecution what you have, meaning show the prosecution where we're going with this, why it's relevant, why it's admissible. Basically, the criminal in trial equivalent of the meet and confer. So that, yeah. But, you know, if they're having a big evidentiary fight, they don't need her sitting on the stand. Well, number one, they don't need her hearing. They don't need her observing. They don't need her being swayed by it. So it makes sense having her step out. And that's it, Grey Duck. 2 people can keep a secret if one of them is dead. 2 or 3 people, if they have something to gain, sure, they can conspire. You know, let's say 3 or 4 people in the Albert residence beat the shit out of him. They all have a vested interest in covering it up. Sure, but dozens of outside people who wouldn't have criminal liability, it begins to get a little too far-fetched for me. And by a little too far-fetched, I mean it reeks of desperation to me. But, you know, you've got a whole lot of people shouting from the rooftops that it's a cover-up. But once again, the evidence that's out there is not evidence. It's allegations made mostly by Turtle Boy, is my understanding, because, you know, the defense is limited on what they can say to the media before trial. The prosecution is very limited, and not a whole lot has been released by the prosecution. Turtle Boy has shouted evidence from the rooftops for months, and that's what people are basing their foregone conclusions on, and I'm not willing to give Turtle Boy the benefit of the doubt. For starters, he's a provocateur, but I just don't see it. You know, that there, I don't see the evidence. What's in court is evidence, that is testimony. So let's see. Let's skip ahead.
Court's back in session, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, let's mark for identification the items that you told us about at sidebar.
First in order would be do you want me to describe them for the record, Your Honor?
No,
Uh,
so they're not to be put up on the screen.
These are 4 items. One of them,
So don't describe them. I need to see them. So let's bring them up, mark them for identification, Madam Clerk. Then you'll get them back, but I need these marked for identification, and I need to see them. Thank you. So we'll
Mark them first.
mark them first. All right.
They're definitely all mass holes. And here, these whatever proposed exhibits are, apparently haven't been authenticated. They're certainly not admitted as evidence. So it's like, don't even describe them. Don't even describe them. They're not evidence yet.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk. Okay, so we have 4 pieces of paper marked for identification that appear, you got these off of social media sites, Mr. Jackson?
that's correct.
Okay, when did you get these?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but we probably have them for between 6 months and a year.
All right. And Commonwealth, you've not seen these before?
No, Your Honor.
Right. So we'll talk about Rule 14 in a little bit, but we'll bring the witness in. You can ask her questions, Mr. Jackson, about her vacation that you mentioned, the drinking that you talked about, the relationship with Ms. Albert. I've forgotten the first name already. And Caitlin, and about.
So generally, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a Massachusetts lawyer. Rule 14, I'm assuming it's Rule 14 of the Rule of Evidence. Pull it up on my phone real fast. Massachusetts Rules of Evidence. Nope. It wouldn't be Rules of Evidence. Let's look. Criminal procedure. Rule 14, pretrial discovery. No statement, confession, or admission or other evidence of or obtained from the defendant during the course of the examination, except evidence derived solely from physical examinations or tests, may be revealed to the prosecution or anyone acting on its behalf unless so ordered by the judge. So basically, the defense, unless it's ordered by the judge, doesn't have to disclose evidence to the prosecution. Is my very quick reading of Rule 14. And so the judge said there might be Rule 14 issues. Now, the general rule especially in civil procedure, is, you can't spring evidence. There's no surprise evidence. Everything is discoverable. A big exception to that is impeachment evidence. And this is looking to me like maybe it's impeachment evidence. And so even if it's something that Rule 14 contemplates the defendant otherwise needing to have pre-disclosed, which, like I said, a very quick look at Rule 14, they don't have to disclose much, if anything. Maybe just their witness list. I'm assuming they have to disclose a witness list, but that's one of the exceptions to the witness list. You've got to disclose your witness list before trial, except for impeachment witnesses. Those are the surprise Perry Mason moments. So, and that's it. Is that what it is? We don't know yet. We haven't seen it, at least not here. But I've been on vacation with people that, frankly, I don't know. I've, 2019, I'm on the record. I come from a river running family. We frequently go up Jackson Hole area, run the Snake River. 2019, I had one of my best friends from England who is living in Minnesota. He and his wife, who I also knew from my time in England, but she's from Minnesota, they drove in to Jackson from Minneapolis. They, along the way, picked up her sister, who I had met once, and sister's boyfriend, who I had never met, to meet up with us in Wyoming. So I went spent, and then we went to Yellowstone later. So I went on vacation with someone I had met once, barely even an acquaintance, and someone I had never met. My family, around Christmas time of 2009, we went on a cruise. Most of it was family, but one of my uncle's coworkers and his family went. They were in our group. There's a lot of pictures out there with us in group photos. I haven't seen them since. I couldn't even tell you their names. Now, I don't know, though. Is it a group where, it's a friend of a friend, therefore you go on vacation together? Are they besties? I don't know. But this is just me thinking aloud once again. All you free Karen Reed people, this is me thinking aloud. I don't know. I haven't seen them. I don't know that they're even properly authenticated. When did you take these off of social media? I don't know, a year ago? Maybe keep better records. I'm objecting that there's lack of foundation, because when did you take them? How do I know where you got them if you don't even know when you got them? You took them off of her social media, or did you take them off of Caitlin Albert's social media? Did you? Where did they come from? But we'll see.
About the house. So you can ask her questions about that. And let's see, you can show her these exhibits or these marked for identification if you need to. We may have trouble actually getting those into evidence, but I'm going to let you find out. You can ask her to identify them, how long ago they were, things like that.
Thank you.
All right, could we bring in Ms. McLaughlin, please? Yes. And Commonwealth, you just saw these today. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I asked you that.
Yes, and yes.
And you were objecting that, you objected at sidebar that these come in at all?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, here's the fourth one, I'm sorry. Mr.
And we don't know yet that they will come in or not, because from what we've seen, we don't know that there's any foundation for them whatsoever, or relevance, or anything, but we'll see.
Jackson, here's the last one. All right, so Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Jackson's going to be allowed to ask you questions outside the presence of the jury, and you're still under oath and you have to answer them truthfully, okay?
And that makes sense. They're not admitted yet, so the jury is not allowed to see them. They're not authenticated. That basically this is a voir dire process. They're authenticating the photos outside the presence of the jury, and if she says, I was never there, they might not come in. You know, it's if they're able to, let's say that, yeah, that's it. It's a proffer. It's a proffer. At this point, it's not being offered for evidence. But you know, we all know now that a proffer is evidence of a testimony of a conspiracy, but it's not. So, yeah, he can at least outside of the presence of the jury for authentication purposes. But this is why you've got to be real careful not to become a witness. It's you know, if you're going to be questioning witnesses, and this goes for the prosecution as well, you need a investigator with you, because you want to be able to question the investigator. You know, for the defense attorneys, that's probably going to be a PI, private investigator. For the prosecution, it's going to be a police officer, or, you know, lots of especially bigger prosecution offices, DAs, they'll have in-office investigators, because you don't want the district attorney going out looking for evidence. You don't want them questioning witnesses on the scene, because that makes them a witness and that disqualifies them. A good example of this is the Robert Durst trial. The prosecutor was sitting in on the interrogation of Robert Durst, and that was a big deal. It's like, hang on, are you a witness now? But I think they did have an investigator in there, and but that's why you'll often see, though, you know, the prosecutor will be on the crime scene the next morning, but they're observing, that they're letting their investigators do the work. So I don't know, Fletcher boy. I need to. I'm behind. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. No, I'm not going to say when, because then you'll hold me to it. But I need to.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Fletcher boy. Does it have to be on new music, though, or can it be like for a 40-year-old record? inquiring minds want to know.
Ms. McLaughlin, when, just briefly as a predicate, when you stepped out, I want to make sure we're very clear. Did you have a conversation with anybody from the Commonwealth between the time you walked out of court and just now?
Just about if I needed a drink of water or to use the restroom.
Okay, but nothing about the substance of your testimony?
No.
So that would be like a witness coordinator type person instead of, coordinating your testimony.
Ms. McLaughlin, I asked you before we broke if you know who Caitlin Albert is.
Yes.
You said that you went to high school with somebody by that name, correct?
Yes.
You in fact know that person as a friend, correct?
I know her.
She's more than an acquaintance.
I would say she's an acquaintance. She's not a close friend.
She in a group of friends of yours?
We have mutual friends.
How long have you known her?
Probably since high school.
When you say, and I don't want to ask your age, I wouldn't do that. How many years, how long of a span of years have you known her?
Since high school, so maybe 10.
And you know her family, generally?
I don't.
You don't know anything about her family?
I don't know her family.
Have you ever been to her house?
Not that I recall ever being there.
Not that you recall, or you haven't? There's two different things.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay, so you might have been there, you just don't recall.
I don't recall ever being there.
If I were to ask you if you have ever been to her house, yes or no, you cannot answer that because you don't know. You cannot recall, correct?
Paul, you know very well I'm monetized, as you're already a member, but better late than never, and thank you very much.
I would say, I would lean towards no. I have no recollection of ever being at her house.
Are you friends with her on social media?
Yes.
May I approach you on her?
Yes.
I'm just gonna leave all four of these up there. I know what they look.
That, once again, there are people from high school that I'm friends on social media who I haven't spoken to since high school. There's just a few that I've known them so long, I feel obligated, but like, I don't give a shit about their children. So I'm Facebook friends with them, but I actually have their profiles muted because I really don't actually care.
like. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the first document? What does that document appear to be?
It says Caitlin's friends.
What does it look like? That's a printout of.
I'm sorry.
What does that look like? It's a printout of. Does that look like Facebook or one of the social media apps?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Some social media.
Okay. Under Caitlin's friends, do you see your handle, for lack of a better phrase?
I do.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at the next photograph? Before we talk about that next photograph, which is, I should go in order for the record, Your Honor. The first one was H. Before we talk about I, which is the next photograph, how long have you been social media friends, quote, friends with Caitlin Albert?
I don't know.
More than 5 years?
Probably.
More than 8 years?
I don't know.
The second photograph, or the second document appears to be a photograph. It's I, is that right?
Yes,
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in that photograph?
I do.
When was that photograph taken?
I have no idea.
Where was that photograph taken?
I don't know.
You have no idea how long ago that was?
I don't.
What was the event that was depicted, or that is depicted in that photograph?
I don't know.
Is that local, or was that on a trip somewhere?
I don't know. Probably local. If it's a beach, I don't remember. I've never been away to a beach on vacation with all of these people, so probably local.
When we say local, let's talk about.
And there are beaches in Massachusetts, the Cape Cod, very famous for, being on the ocean. It doesn't mean they're in Aruba. If, once again, it's here in Salt Lake for a fancy wedding, you go up to Park City, you go up Stein Eriksen Lodge. I've been to weddings that, at today's money would probably cost $500,000 up at Deer Valley. Once again, I'm sure I'm in pictures with people that I either have never met or don't know very well up at Park City. You know, is she at a beach wedding for a friend that Caitlin Albert is also a friend? So they're in a photo together on a beach. That doesn't mean they went to Aruba together. You know, me being in a photo with someone at, you know, at the base of a ski slope at Deer Valley doesn't mean I traveled to Breckenridge with them. You know, unless the Matterhorn is in the background, I'm not going to necessarily recognize, oh yeah, that's Zermatt. Now, there are mountains here in Utah that I absolutely would be able to recognize on site, but most ski resorts, to me, you know, I like, even here being local, the most recognizable U.S. ski resort is actually Jackson Hole Mountain Resort, because the Tetons are that distinguishable. But me being in a picture on the beach with someone doesn't, well, if I'm in a picture on a beach with someone, it means that I did travel, because we don't have beaches here. But like I said, Mexico cruise, there's pictures. I haven't seen those people since 2009. I don't remember their names.
Local, I don't mean, we may have different definitions. Where would that be? What beach? I'm not as familiar with.
And not necessarily. Not necessarily. I don't know the exact rules in Massachusetts, but in criminal, depositions are limited, and generally you're going to need a court order to get a deposition. So I don't like that, but there's like I said, you've got to be really, really, really careful not to get evidence tampering charges just trying to gather information from witnesses, especially as the defense.
Location?
I'm not sure.
Maybe on the Cape?
Possibly.
Do you recognize some of the other folks in that photograph?
I do.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of people in that photograph, right?
There's a lot of people in it.
Did you take a trip with all those people at some point in the past?
Take a trip.
To the beach?
Did I go to the beach at some point with these people? Yes.
Okay. When did you go to the beach with all those folks?
I don't know. I don't know when this picture is from.
Have you
It
gone?
seems old to me, but
Well, you can see yourself. I mean,
yeah.
What was that? Did you say it seems old to you?
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
This isn't like a recent to me.
how old do you think that photograph is?
I don't know. It could be around high school. I'm not sure.
And I know Mr. Jackson didn't want to ask you how old you are. When did you get out of high school?
2014.
Okay.
Graduated.
Yeah. So she's a young'un.
So could that have been around 2014?
It could be.
So you've known Caitlin for at least that long?
Yeah.
And when I say travel, I mean travel outside of Canton, gone places with her, correct?
Yes.
You've posed for photographs with her,
Yes.
with other folks.
Yes.
Looks like socializing and partying, correct?
Looks like socializing.
Maybe a small vacation.
I've never been on vacation with a big group of people like this.
Well, that doesn't look like what would you call that if that's not like a mini vacation?
A day at the beach.
A day at the beach, okay. So maybe a day vacation.
Sure.
Okay. Let's look at the next photograph. Jay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I do need to remind myself. That photograph looks a little older, correct?
They both look old to me. I don't know when they're from.
I'm gonna ask you the same questions about that. These aren't trick questions. I don't want to waste your time. What's that from?
And that's it, Fletcher boy. It's you know, here, like I said, it's different. I will go up to Park City for the day to go to the ski resort. My parents, for their anniversary, they'll go spend the weekend in Park City. So that's somewhere that even from Salt Lake City, like literally I can be on Main Street in Park City in, we'll say 35 minutes, accounting for traffic. And so I can go up for dinner. I can go up for a weekend vacation. It's, how long does it take to get to the Cape from Canton? I don't know, an hour, 2? That seems reasonable for a day at the beach. It also seems reasonable for a long weekend or for your summer break, spring break, whatever. A picture on the beach that at this point is an unidentified beach, so we don't even know that it's the Cape. Now, I don't know what the closest beach is to Canton. For all I know, it could be, Newport, Rhode Island. Although my impression of Newport is more craggy bluffs than beaches, but just bear with me. Could be closer than the Cape. So it just doesn't tell me anything about what. Number one, we don't know what beach, but number two, if it's within an hour or two, it makes just as much sense that it's a day trip as a weekend trip. So, and the jury has not seen any of this yet. The jury is out of the room. This is doing the voir dire, authenticating the photos, figuring out whether she has seen them, because she's got to authenticate them as being real. But also, and the reality is, the prosecution might, before the jury's brought into the room, say, and I don't think they will, because scrolling through, I didn't see any other person on the witness stand. But the prosecution would be within their rights to say, yeah, we'd like to voir dire whoever found these photos. So let's put the investigator on the stand to authenticate them right now. But the jury's out of the room until we know whether or not she can even testify about them, whether they're admissible, whether they're relevant, whether they're authenticated. So
I don't remember specifically what or where this is.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in the photograph?
I do.
You're all posing for the camera, correct?
Yes.
What's the location?
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't.
This is yet another socializing event with Caitlin that you can't recall.
I don't know where this is
that-
exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead.
I don't know where this is exactly.
So you've had so many socializing events with Caitlin and other folks that you can't pinpoint this one as opposed to any of the others that you've had.
No, I'm saying I can't. These photos are old. I don't know. I don't remember where these were or the circumstances around them. That's what I'm saying.
You see how you're dressed in that photo?
Yes.
You see you see the other friends that are there with you?
Yeah.
How many people would you estimate are in that photo?
Do you want me to count how many people?
Give me it. I don't have a photo in front of me, so just give me it. Is it more than 5?
12
people.
ish.
Do you recognize those?
So you've been in a group of a dozen people and don't remember one person with it. Was every time you've socialized with them, it isn't quite the gotcha that maybe he thinks it is. Like I said, I'm sure there are photos of me with a dozen people that I couldn't tell you. Like, I wouldn't have been aware of half the people that were in the photo. If there's a photo of me with my arm around someone and it's just the two of us, that's of a much higher evidentiary value, that I might have a better chance of remembering and, actually being aware that I was hanging out with that specific person, as opposed to a group of my friends and taggers on. I had in law school, a lot closer in time than high school. I had a very close group of friends that there were, a dozen, 15 of us that we hung out a lot. We partied a lot. We went to bars a lot. There are a lot of group photos of us. But we also, I hosted multiple parties here because there's a big backyard where I invited the entire law school class. Not everyone came, but several dozen that I wouldn't otherwise usually hang out with. My one friend, she had a bigger house. She was, I think, second oldest person in our law school. So she was established, lived in a nice neighborhood. And, she also would invite the entire law school, or at least our entire class. And by this point, we knew people in classes above and below us. And so, we'd get spouses, we'd get, her outside friends. I couldn't tell you, when and where I hung out with everyone from law school each individual time. And there are those dozen or so people that I could say were close friends. There are others that were acquaintances, classmates, and yes, we party together on occasion. But that was when everyone was invited. So I mean, I don't even remember Gwyneth Paltrow from when she was skiing in Park City. Of course, I've never skied Deer Valley. I'm kind of, from what I described yesterday, my grandparents' cabin at the top, I have hard feelings against Deer Valley for ruining my childhood playground.
Dozen people?
I do.
Did you go on a day trip with those dozen people?
Yeah, possibly.
When?
I don't know.
Where?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't remember.
How many times have you gone on day trips with those dozen people?
I don't know.
How about turning back to photograph I? How many times have you gone on day trips and socialized with those number of people? So it's like probably double that, 20 or 25 people.
I don't know.
That's a big group of friends of yours that includes Caitlin Albert, right?
A big group of mutual friends.
So it's not just that she's a mutual friend, she's a friend. Is that right?
She's saying they have mutual friends.
As I said before, I would consider myself more of an acquaintance. We have mutual friends. I wouldn't consider her a close friend, but yeah, I mean, that would be my answer.
You basically grew up with her, went to high school with her.
I didn't grow up with her. I went to high school with her.
When I say grow up with her, I mean, you grew up in the same town as her, right?
Grew up in the same town.
Went to the same high school as she did,
Yes.
socialized with the same friends as she did,
Yes.
went on day trips with her,
Yes.
and apparently have all the same friend group. Right?
I don't know that we have all the same friend group. These are people that we're both friends with.
But you don't consider her anything more than just an acquaintance.
I think I described it to you.
The answer to my question is you don't consider her to be anything more than an acquaintance.
I wouldn't consider her to be a close friend.
Now let's take a look at the last photograph. Describe what's in that photograph.
It's a picture of me. Caitlin is in it, and there's seems to be other people in it as well.
May I approach?
Yes.
And once again, to me, it's they found group photographs. That tells me they didn't find photographs of just the two of them, arms around each other.
Both of you can take it. Sorry, I just want to drop it on you. That's a close-up photograph of who?
Caitlin, and I'm also in it.
And you're doing what in the photograph as it relates to Caitlin?
It seems like I'm kind of kneeling down next to her.
Touching her?
Can I see that for just a minute, please? I'm sorry, can you show me you? Okay.
So just for the record, may I approach one more time now?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that one more time. You're sort of just behind Caitlin in that photograph?
Yes,
Caitlin's the one drinking the beer?
yes,
You got your right arm around her?
yes,
Both appear to be wearing swimwear,
yes,
bathing suits,
yes.
and you're giving some sort of sign with your left hand?
No, I'm not.
Is that somebody else's hand that I saw? Maybe that's Caitlin's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have the photograph in front of me. I don't have it committed to memory. Looks like that's a photograph that you and Caitlin posed for together, correct?
It seems like it's a close up of a bigger, like a picture. It seems to be zoomed in on a group of people.
Which was posted on social media,
Okay.
is that right?
Are you telling me that?
I'm asking you that.
She said she doesn't know where you got it. Is it on her social media? You're introducing this photo to her. Did you take it off of her social media? Did you take it off of Caitlin's? You're asking her, it was posted on social media. I don't know. You handed it to me. You put it in front of me.
You ever seen that posted on social media?
I don't recall seeing this picture, but if it was on social media, then okay.
How long ago was that picture taken?
I don't know.
Who took the picture?
I don't know.
Where were you when the photograph was taken?
Probably at a beach if we're wearing bathing suits.
Probably at a beach or at a beach?
Well, I can't see a beach in the picture. We're in bathing suits. It could be.
She's going with context clues because you sprung this on her. Probably at a beach, maybe at a swimming pool, maybe at a tanning salon.
Be at a beach.
Right, do you recognize the bathing suits that you're wearing in the photograph?
No,
You literally don't even recognize your own outfit?
no.
So that doesn't.
She said the photos look old. I realize. I'm a guy too, just like this defense lawyer. So I don't buy a new swimsuit every year. I don't have multiples that I wear. But for girls, they might buy a new bikini every time they go to the beach because, can't be seen in the same one I wore last time. So her not remembering what she wore from 10 years ago, even to me as like the least stylish guy on the planet, I've got one of 3 Sublime shirts on today. Yesterday I had one of 3 Pink Floyd shirts. Even I know I'm not going to remember every t-shirt I had 10 years ago. I'm not going to remember every pair of gym shorts I had 10 years ago. It does, it makes sense that if these are old photos, she wouldn't remember. She wouldn't know where they were. She wouldn't remember what she's wearing. Now, she clearly knows Caitlin Albert. But you've got to go looking for 10-year-old photos off of social media to is your smoking gun that they're besties? If they're besties to the point that she'd cover up a crime for her, don't you think you'd be able to find something from 2022, 2021? You know, around the time of the incident? Like maybe they've intentionally not put anything on social media since 2022 together because, you know, got to keep the conspiracy going. But if they did that and, you know, scrubbed everything except, oh, damn, we forgot those couple photos from 10 years ago. You'd think they'd be able to find something more recent, more memorable, fresher in her mind. But
Help define where you were and when that photograph was taken?
No, sir.
Do any of these photographs remind you that you've been to Caitlin's house at some point in your friendship with her?
No,
Has Caitlin ever been to your house?
not to my recollection.
When was the last time you talked to Caitlin?
I don't remember exactly. It's probably been a few years.
When was the last time you went to an event, socializing event with Caitlin?
Again, I don't remember exactly.
Did you talk to Caitlin at any point at or around, on or around January 29th, 2022?
No,
When was the last time you had talked to Caitlin before January 29th, 2022?
I don't know.
Would have been a day before, a week before, a month before?
No, I don't talk to her. Like I said, we're not like close friends, so it's like
you'll notice, was it a day before, week before, or a month before? There was it a year before? Was it 5 years before? You're asking a multiple choice question, but you leave out none of the above. I don't think I've spoken to her in 7 years. I don't remember being in her presence in the last 7 years. We hung out in a group occasionally in high school, but we graduated high school. Like, I use the example, Haloti. I think I've been in the same room as him once since high school. You can probably find photos of us together. But it's been 20 years. So
pretty infrequent that we would interact. So I don't know when the last time before that.
What about texting or Snapchatting or communicating in that way?
I don't remember.
Would it have been a week before the 29th?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know so?
I don't think so.
What about after the 29th, after you responded to 34 Fairview? You ever have any communication with her?
Not that I can recall.
So is that something that you think you might remember if you responded to a house of her father where there's a police officer dead or dying on the yard?
she hasn't testified that she knew it was their house. Like I said, if I show up at, if I go past the house of a random high school classmate's parents, I don't know that they live there.
On the lawn, 30 feet from the front door? Might have had a conversation with Caitlin?
I've never had a conversation with Caitlin about that call or this case.
Did you ever contact any of your other friends about the fact that you responded to Caitlin's parents' house?
No.
Were you ever asked about this relationship that you had with Caitlin Albert, this friendship that you had with Caitlin Albert at or near the time of the 29th of January?
No.
Did you ever disclose to anybody that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert at or around the time of this event?
No.
When you went to 34 Fairview, you knew that that was the Albert family home, correct?
No,
When did you learn that it was the Albert? You now know that.
I know that now.
When did you find out?
I don't know. I don't recall. It was some point after. It was, but I don't know when.
Would it have been the next day?
No.
You and firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall were all discussing this case pretty intently after this event, correct?
No. No.
It's not that often in the little town of Canton that a police officer is found dead or dying on another police officer's lawn.
The Turtle Boy people, Free Karen Reed people, make a big deal. The Alberts didn't come out of the house at 6 a.m. after they'd been drinking the night before, I might add. But she wouldn't necessarily know. If she doesn't know who lives there, they didn't come out of the house. How is she supposed to know, oh yeah, that's Caitlin Albert's parents, and discuss it with the other firefighters? You're imputing knowledge to her that it makes sense that she wouldn't have. It would make sense if she did have it, but it also makes sense that she doesn't have it. Like I said, there were 400 or 500 people in my high school class. I can tell you where 24 of them lived. And 10 years later, I could tell you where even fewer of their parents lived.
Wouldn't you agree with that?
We responded to a medical call. So the conversation after the fact was at the hospital, debriefing the call, going over what happened, what we use for equipment, what we need, and just like that was the extent of the conversation.
Would you agree that this case, given its notoriety, is discussed at the fire station almost daily?
I don't know when I'm not there, but it does get brought up.
And obviously the fact that the house belongs to, or belonged at the time, to the Albert family is part of that discussion.
I don't know. Like I said,
And as I've mentioned earlier, it's reached fever pitch in the last couple of months. But in the 2 years after the case, it's to her, it might have just been another call. You do so many trips a day, they blend in with each other. And like I said, for a year and a half, 2 years, it might not be something she even thought about. It might be something that wasn't actually discussed at the fire station because it's in the past. The media circus surrounding the trial hasn't started yet. It's not necessarily something you're talking about. Now, it's a circus. So yeah, they're talking about it, but during the investigation, not necessarily, other than when they're asked about it, because on to the next call. You're on to the next call. It's, I've described, this is more for civil litigation than criminal litigation, but the job of a civil litigator, I've said, is to learn absolutely everything about a subject that you can, and then you forget all about it. Move on to the next case and learn everything about that. You're engaged in litigation over the patent for a medical device. You learn absolutely everything you can about that area, about the competition, about the market, about everything. And then you forget it because you need that brain power for the next case. I imagine being a firefighter, it's the same thing. That there's that core you've got to remember. I've always got to remember the rules of evidence, the rules of civil criminal procedure, the court rules. but the details of the case, once I'm done, it's what's documented. I don't need to remember. It would be a waste for me to remember. Now, if I am expecting a contentious appeal and that, I'm expecting an ineffective assistance of counsel complaint, I might make a point to either try to remember a little more or document it a little bit better contemporaneously. But I'm not gonna remember. I expect it's the same thing for firefighters. They have that basic core that they always have to remember, and that's, their training. They've got to remember the geography around Canton to get around. There's those core memories, the core knowledge, but once one case is over and you've documented it in the ways that you need to, which, might include doing a chart, doing a report, but she wouldn't do a report for this one because she's already testified. She's not one of the people that would do a report for this one. It would be the lead, which was Flamati, and the officer, and then giving your report to the police, doing a police interview, but then it's on to the next scene. It's on to the next emergency, and that's what takes up your brain power. And you're forgetting, as a first responder, she's bound by HIPAA. She's bound by medical confidentiality. So she can't be going around gossiping. You'll never guess what I did. You'll never guess who I treated. You'll never guess who I tried to save. There are exceptions to HIPAA for, making police reports, for testifying in court. There are exceptions, but for water cooler gossip at the fire station, there isn't. So to me, it makes perfect sense that once she made that report, she didn't think about this case again until she saw it in the media. She didn't talk about this case again until she was preparing for trial. Not saying that's what she did. I'm just saying that makes sense to me because she's a busy professional, and this is one of 1,000 scenes that she has responded to in the last 2 years. So, and true crime deduction, good to see you. And yeah, it's I call it the Kelly Bundy syndrome. I realize that ages me. Now it's the Uber Eats. You've got to forget something to remember something else. I refer to it as the Kelly Bundy syndrome because on Married with Children, Kelly went on a sports competition show, and she had a finite number of facts she could remember, and one of the facts pushed out of her head, the sort of final Jeopardy question, if you will, was who scored 4 touchdowns in one game for Polk High School, and Al had pushed that right out of her head. So I call it the Kelly Bundy syndrome. But
It gets brought up, but I just avoid it. I don't engage in the conversations.
It was certainly enough of a subject matter that you learned, according to you, after the 29th. That house belonged to Brian Albert, Cole Albert, parents of your friend Caitlin Albert, right?
At that point,
she said, not friends, acquaintance. You're putting words in her mouth. She has testified they're not friends, they're acquaintances, they went to high school together. This is assuming facts, not an evidence. you're going against what she has testified. I get it. This is cross-examination. You want to testify on cross-examination. You want to ask yes, no answers. But when she has said this, I consider her an acquaintance, and then you go on. So you didn't take into consideration that these were your friend Caitlin Albert's parents? Jesus fucking Christ. But and they are leading. The reason we're not getting objections is the jury is not there. The jury is out of the room right now. This is trying to build a foundation to admit these photographs. But that last statement, it's the Alberts, the parents of your friend Caitlin Albert. If the jury was there, that there's they classify objections. There's the objection, Your Honor. Then there's the jumping out of your seat, pounding the table. Objection. That's a jumping objection. That's outrageous if the jury is there. But as Vince says, on cross you can lead, and there on direct there are exceptions as well that allow you to lead, such as with a hostile witness. Let's say the Fifth Amendment didn't exist, and so the prosecution were to call Karen Reed as a witness on direct. She'd absolutely be a hostile witness, so they'd be able to lead. Or think back, Gwyneth Paltrow, so not criminal, no Fifth Amendment. The prosecution, if I'm remembering right, the prosecution called, or the plaintiff called Gwyneth Paltrow, so they led. But, that was a sort of a time-saving thing because the defense didn't call her on their case in chief. It was weird. But Johnny Depp, both sides called Johnny and Amber for their case in chief. And, when Johnny's side called Amber, they were able to lead. She was a hostile witness, even though they called her for the case in chief. So, yeah.
Point, it was on the news consistently, so I don't know where that information was introduced, but
But it was pretty early on after the 29th.
I don't recall when it was known that was the case.
I mean, you didn't learn that was the Albert family home last week.
No,
You've known it for going on 2.5 years.
I don't know exactly when I learned that was the house.
I realize you don't know exactly, Mrs. McLaughlin. I'm not asking you the day you learn. I'm asking you, you've known this basically through the lifespan of this case.
At some point after I learned it.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out about how long after, a week after, a month after.
I'm not sure.
But it was more toward January 29th than it was yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Gotta consult with Mr. Yannetti. Makes sense. They are a team, after all. Brian Koberger would be jumping out of a chair at this close-up. Gwyneth Paltrow as well.
One other, just a couple of big questions. Do you know any of Caitlin's siblings?
No,
You don't know Brian Albert Jr.?
no,
You know any of her extended family that might be a little closer in age to you, like Colin Albert?
no,
You ever met any of them?
not that I recall.
Not that you recall or no?
I don't remember meeting any of them.
Your Honor, that's all I have right now.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
Once again, well, sticking with Haloti as an example, I knew his younger brother, but that's because he also played football and was there at the same time. The others, I didn't. And, you know, this is the king of the high school, basically. There are other classmates that I didn't know any of their siblings. I'd you know, I'd have a class as a senior with a sophomore, and there'd be someone with the same last name, and it's like there's 2,000 people in the school. Until I'm told they're siblings, I don't know. But, and Kova, good to see you. That this is still Firefighter McLaughlin. Same one that we ended with yesterday.
To you, Your Honor. So, Ms. McLaughlin, you're not friends with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm sorry.
You're not friends with Caitlin Albert, is that correct?
I would say she's an acquaintance, not a close friend.
You were shown some photographs of you in a fairly large group with Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
You don't know when those were, correct? You
I don't know exactly.
don't know where you were when those were taken, correct?
No, not exactly. They seem old.
And just to back up, you knew her in high school, but you weren't friends in high school, right?
I would categorize our relationship as always being just acquaintances. I knew her. We had some mutual friends, but we were never close friends. We don't have a one-on-one relationship.
And as far as high school versus post-high school, would you see her more so during high school years, or after graduating?
Well, probably more in high school just because you're there every day. But then afterwards, yeah, only here and there. Like I said, like mutual friends. So maybe events for mutual friends, I might run into her.
And to be clear, and I think you made reference to it, but that last photograph that's marked as K, that seems to be a cropped or sort of zoomed in of a larger photo. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, as far as each of those photos you were shown, you're present in a photo with Caitlin Albert in a much larger, correct?
Yes.
And with that, if it's a cropped photo, zoomed in photo, I'd be like, Your Honor, best evidence. We need the uncropped photo. We need the original. Otherwise, you can't admit this altered photo. Now, you may be able to do, you know, the unedited as Exhibit 38, and then the zoomed in, cropped out to add detail as 38A. But you know, it's not a very good foundation for any of these, because like I said, we don't know whose social media these were taken off of. We don't know that she has ever seen these photographs. Like, I'm not talking, we don't know that she wasn't expecting the photographs. I'm saying these might have been posted on someone else's Facebook that she has never even seen them. Which, other than saying, yeah, that's me, what else can she authenticate? Yeah, I don't know where I was. I don't remember. I remember going to the beach sometimes with groups. I don't remember who all was there, who I was in a picture with. You know, I've been to some beach weddings since high school. But for the zoomed in, to me, due to the best evidence rule in the rules of evidence, that one has to stay out. And you'll remember right before they brought that one up, I said, you'll notice all of these are group photos of a dozen people. It shows that they know people in common, not that they're friends. I said, you'll notice there's no photo of them arms around each other, just the two of them. The only example of that was zoomed in. if it's not zoomed in, does it show her arm around the next friend next to her? Because once again, there are group photos of me with, arms around both of them. That there's a photo of me with my arm around Bill Bryson. Now, my arms around another friend. That was one of 3 occasions I met Bill Bryson. He was the chancellor of Durham University when I was there, and so that's of course my master's graduation right outside Durham Cathedral. But based on that photo, I'm besties with Bill Bryson. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Have you ever hung out or socialized with Caitlin Albert outside of the setting of a large group?
No,
You've never been to her house before that date of January 29th that you know of, correct?
correct,
She's never been to your house that you know of, correct?
correct.
Now, as far as that,
It's about 30,000, I think, in Canton, roughly. I looked it up yesterday.
first one, that's as far as social media is concerned, as far as a friends list. And without sort of doing it, I'm sort of putting that in third quotes. How many friends would you say you have on social media in total?
I don't know, maybe over 500. I don't know.
And of those 500 people, how many of those 500 people would you consider actual friends?
Much less than that. Less than 10.
All right, why don't we wrap this up, Mr. Lally?
Just when it comes to that day that you responded, you're working with the fire department, you responded to a call on January 29th to a home, as you say, to somewhere on the side of the road. Do you have any idea whose house that was adjacent to where the treatment was concerned with regard to your patient?
No.
I know.
Okay. All right. So there was an objection that this was in violation of Rule 14 to admit these exhibits, Mr. Lally. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I agree. So the exhibits don't come in, but based on this voir dire and the answers, I'm going to give you some leeway on exactly what you did. Okay. The relationship, the socialization and the extent of it, friends on social media, those areas. You didn't quite get everything that you mentioned at sidebar you thought you'd get. So that's not coming in.
So
If you
stay within the parameters.
So why don't you come over here then, just because?
And so basically Rule 14, you're not required to give anything to the prosecution, but you're not necessarily going to be able to use something that you didn't provide to the prosecution, is my understanding. Once again, Utah lawyer, not Massachusetts lawyer. I just took a brief glimpse at it. Rule 14, Massachusetts Rules of Criminal Procedure. But for impeachment purposes, they can still ask her about her relationship with Caitlin Albert, how well she knew her, how well she knew the Albert family. But they can't introduce the photos as evidence because they're not sufficiently authenticated. There's Rule 14 issues. Like I said, I don't know all the specifics of Rule 14. I don't know any case law of Rule 14. So that basically, that's my understanding why it's out. The photos. They'll still be able to ask her, did you ever go to the beach with Caitlin Albert? Did you ever go to Caitlin Albert's house? Did you know her parents? Did you know her brother? Did you know her cousin? Did you did you go on vacation with Caitlin Albert? They can ask her all the questions, basically, just the jury doesn't get to see the photos. So All right. That's a longer conference than I expected. There we go.
Jim, do you have any envelopes over there?
I do. Need more? Do you need more? I'll work on it.
No, this is good.
All right.
Just-
Jesus, I need a motion.
Thank you.
I assume they brought the jury back out during that break.
Ms. McLaughlin, did you say you had a water? Is there a water waiting for you out there that you need? Or?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, the jury walks slower than I do.
Please rise to the jury.
All right, here they are.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
So jurors, from time to time, there are things that I need to discuss with the lawyers, as you saw. We try and do it as quickly as we can. It's in an effort to make sure that what you see and hear in this case is appropriate for you to see and hear. So sometimes we spend a little time now that will save us a lot of time later. So we do appreciate your patience.
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, thank you for your patience. When we last left off, I was asking you about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. Recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few more questions about that. You and Caitlin Albert have known each other for how long?
Since high school.
Which is, give me a span of time.
So probably about 10 years.
You have traveled with Caitlin Albert and friends. When I say traveled, I don't mean to exotic locations. I mean day trips, etc.
Yes.
You have a group of mutual friends together, correct?
We have mutual friends. Correct.
Those mutual friends have gone on day trips with you and Caitlin Albert involved?
Correct.
On more than one occasion, as a matter of fact?
Correct.
On many occasions, matter of fact?
Many, I don't know.
More than 5?
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't know.
You've seen photographs of you with Caitlin Albert on some of these day trips, correct?
Yes.
You've seen at least 3 of those photographs.
Yes.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert on social media?
Yes.
Other than the 3 photographs that you've seen, we just talked about, there have been other events that you've been at with Caitlin Albert that weren't necessarily photographed, or we don't have those photographs, correct?
Probably.
You know that Caitlin Albert is the same Caitlin Albert as the daughter of Brian and Nicole Albert, as you sit here.
Yes. As I sit here today, yes.
And you know that Caitlin Albert also has siblings, Brian Albert Jr., correct?
As I sit here today, yes, I know that.
And you also know, as you sit here today, that 34 Fairview was, at the time of January 29th, 2022, the Albert home, correct?
I know that as of today.
You indicated, let me rephrase that. When you showed up at 34 Fairview that morning, did you recognize that address or recognize the home as being that of Caitlin Albert's?
No.
You have since learned that that was Caitlin Albert's home.
As I know that now.
And
which is what she just testified to. The question I would ask, by the next day when you were interviewed by the detective, had you learned that it was the Albert residence? Because to me, as the defense attorney, I want to know, well, like, most of that 2-year period to me, I don't care if she learned during that period. I want to know, so you were on the scene January 29th. Had you learned it was the Albert residence by January 30th when you were interviewed? To me, that is the most important issue as to when she learned. Because remember, January 30th, she's already on the record having made statements to the detective, hearing, I did it, I did it, I did it. So if she learned 6 months after that it was the Albert residence, she doesn't have a TARDIS. She can't go back and change her statement. The statement has already been made 1 day later. So the only way that statement is impacted is if she had learned in that 1 day period.
you gave your original statement to Trooper Proctor the next day.
Yes.
And from that day to this day, or let's take yesterday, from that day to yesterday, you learned that 34 Fairview was the Canton Albert family home, correct?
You're asking if I know from,
Between those 2 days,
yes,
between the time you spoke with
Yes.
Proctor in this report till yesterday when you testified, you now know that that's the Albert home.
yes.
But once again, to me, the time frame in question is between the 29th and 30th, not between the 30th and yesterday. Because if she learned about it after, that's a good fact for the prosecution. If she learned about it before January 30th, that's a good fact for the defense. So there's a 1 day period that is good for the defense if that's when she learned. Otherwise, if I'm on the jury, I'm like, why the hell am I taking off work to listen to you talk about her learning that it's an acquaintance's house 6 months later?
And you also indicated that between that report that you gave to Trooper Proctor, that statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor, and yesterday's testimony, your statement has evolved. You've already admitted that, correct?
I don't think I agreed with you on that.
It's changed. It's different.
I've always testified to I feel as though my testimony has been consistent.
I appreciate how you might feel. I'm just interested in the actual facts. You didn't tell Trooper Proctor anything about this officer questioning my client. correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar because I think this morphed into a different.
And that's it. He's mischaracterizing her testimony. And her not testifying about something, what, she's questioned about what she heard Karen Reed say. If the prosecution didn't ask her about what the officer said, she wouldn't testify about it. So that's not her statement evolving, her statement changing. That's more information. It's more information. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. It's more information. And the difference would be if she has testified in the past that she heard her say, "Oh my God, did I hit him?" Whereas the very next day she testified, or she was interviewed and said she heard, "I hit him." Who Karen was facing when she said that, that may be new information brought out on cross-examination, but that's not different. That's not a change. That's not inconsistent. And once again, you're asking, so your testimony has changed? No, I don't think it has. Well, I'm not asking you, do you think it has? That's argumentative. It's argumentative. Like I said, no speaking objections. No, you're not giving the grounds in front of the jury. And, like I said, I've seen in other chats when I've looked after I've done my live streams, so people complaining, that how does the judge know if no grounds are given? How will the record be known on appeal? It's counsel approach. She's doing it out of earshot of the jury. Yeah, and I'm dollars to donuts. They went up there, and Mr. Lally, what was your objection? It was argumentative. It was mischaracterizing her prior testimony. Facts not in evidence. So, and that's why she's having all the sidebars. Exactly, true crime deduction. It takes longer, but you're not influencing the jury by yelling hearsay, relevance. The jury might be wondering what they're the jury is wondering what they're talking about because it's human nature. If you're not included in something, you're wondering what's going on. But it takes longer, but you're not tainting the jury by your arguments. Because once again, the jury should only be deciding based on testimony.
You agree, Mr. McLaughlin, that the statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor is not the same as the statement that you gave to these jurors yesterday? Right?
Yes.
I just want to know.
Yes.
Once again, that was 2 years ago. You expect me to give the exact same wording of a statement 2 years apart? You're going to be sorely disappointed.
A couple of other questions. When you did make this statement to Trooper Proctor. Your visit to Canton PD was coordinated by another officer to put you and Trooper Proctor together for the interview, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you, come on into Canton PD, let's have an interview?
I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up.
So that was my next question. You may have just told me this. Do you have any recollection of who set that interview up?
I don't.
His name Kevin Albert, sound familiar?
No.
You know Kevin Albert?
No.
You know him to be a police officer at Canton PD?
No.
You know him to be the brother of Brian Albert?
No.
The objection sustained.
She said she doesn't know who he is. If she doesn't know who he is, how would she know he's a police officer? When she says she doesn't know who he is, you can't go on to ask her detailed questions about him. There's no foundation for her to testify about his job if she has testified she doesn't know who he is. There's no foundation. Now, of course, I'm if it's important to my case, I might ask that question. One last question. The jury hears it. Objection sustained, but the jury still heard it. The jury still heard it. That's why he wanted it. That's why he wanted it. He knew, even though he was in the flow, he knew when she said no to the prior question that it was going to be a sustained objection, but hey, the jury heard it.
Okay, Lily, any redirect?
Yes, sir. So Firefighter McLaughlin, you went to high school with Caitlin Allen, correct?
Yes.
And could you describe the nature of your relationship, if any, with Caitlin?
I would describe it as we're not close friends. I would say we're more acquaintances. We have mutual friends. I don't have a one-on-one relationship with her.
And you were asked some questions about social media, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, or if you could guesstimate about how many friends, and I'm sort of throwing air quotes in there, how many friends on social media would you have?
I don't know, probably 500.
And of those probably 500 friends on social media, how many of those are actual friends that you talk to, interact with beyond social media?
Much less than that.
Now, prior to, let me ask you this, as far as, would you say that you saw Caitlin Albert more so when you were in high school or more so since you have graduated from high school?
I would say probably more in high school because we were there every day. So.
And remember, it's almost like these are the same questions we just heard, but now they're being asked in front of the jury. When Mr. Lally asked these almost identical questions, the jury was out of the room.
And about what year or so was it that you graduated?
2014.
And as far as any sort of photographs that were referenced to you, have you seen those photographs?
Here?
Yes.
Here today, I saw them.
Do you have any idea where or when those photographs were taken?
I don't remember.
And of those photographs, it's not just you and Caitlin Albert in a photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
So a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
When you were asked about sort of these day trips, they were sort of trips specifically on a day to a beach, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And to a beach with a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to Caitlin Albert specifically, have you ever socialized with her in any setting beyond a setting that contained a large group of people?
No.
Now, with respect to, you say high school, you graduated from Canton High School, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you know Caitlin Albert before you attended Canton High School?
No, that's probably when we first really interacted with high school.
And essentially, you live within the town.
We've got a VIP in the chat today. Mike, good to see you. And I should say, Mike, so my parents are in Paris right now, Mike. Traveling home from what has been the bulk of their vacation. And they should have a gift for me that you're going to be jealous of. No other clues, but Mike, you are going to be jealous of what my parents should be bringing home for me. So,
I'm sorry, you work within a town that you grew up, correct?
Correct.
And is that abnormal from a civil service perspective?
No, from a civil service perspective, you're given more points for residency. So it's actually, I would say, preferred, or you're placed higher on the list if you have residency in that town.
and that's my general understanding. You know, I've mentioned, you know, I live in Salt Lake City. I live in an expensive area of Salt Lake City. It's it's older houses, not very big houses, but it's expensive because it's in a very nice location. And Mike, you're going to be even more jealous than if it were a naughty French girl. But you know that because of the general salaries of police officers, they have a hard time hiring people and getting them to live in this neighborhood. You know, they're going to be maybe in the suburbs, let's say South Salt Lake or Mill Creek, or on the west side. They're not generally living on the East Bench, and if that, and they want them in the neighborhood because part of the reason, specifically police officers, they send them home in their patrol car. They want them to know their neighbors. That's important. It's part of the community policing, even off duty. But if they have to respond from home, it's quicker. Same with firefighters. If it's if it's a 3-alarm blaze and you're rousting firefighters out of bed on their day off to, all hands get your ass to the station, you want them living in the community. You don't want them commuting from Boston to Canton if you can avoid it. It makes sense. So, but the obvious downside is, especially in a small, tight-knit community, people know people. People are going to have connections, and you're going to have to, rehabilitate witnesses sometimes because they went to high school with a witness or with a witness's daughter or whatever.
It's actually preferred and more common than uncommon as far as growing up in a town and then working in that same town in a civil service position like a firefighter.
Yes.
Now, during the course of the time that you've been on the Canton Fire Department, have you received calls to residencies or other places or even patients that you either knew or were familiar with?
Yes.
Would that be a reason for you to not go on a call?
No.
And you have an obligation, wouldn't you say, to respond to a call when a call is made and you're on duty in that station, correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained. Ask the question differently.
It was leading.
As far as when you're on duty as a firefighter at a particular station house, you get a call, what, if any, choice do you have to respond to any particular call?
I don't have a choice. I just have to respond to the call.
And then prior to that date of January 29th, had you ever been over through socialization or otherwise Caitlin Albert's house?
Not that I ever remember.
Has she ever been over your house?
No.
And again, had you ever socialized with her outside of a large group of people?
No.
When you responded on that morning, just after 6 a.m., the house of 34 Fairview Road, did you know who lived?
No.
During the time since January 29th of 2022, have you ever spoken to Caitlin Albert about what happened that morning in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about knowing sort of Caitlin Albert's parents' names or siblings' names or things of that, correct?
Right.
And prior to January 29th, you didn't know any of those names, is that correct?
No.
You learned of them subsequently, is that correct?
Yes.
May we approach just briefly?
Okay.
All right, let's. Yeah. Looks like it's a brief bench trial this time. So, and that's it. I'm not seeing a conspiracy yet. She's done her job. You're a firefighter. You get called to the scene of an emergency. You go to that emergency. But whether it's, at the scene of a high school classmate's parents' house, whether it's a local police officer victim, you go. Now, like I said, we're on day 4 of the trial. We don't, at this stage, they're poking holes. They're trying to get inconsistencies. They're trying to set up, why would you lie? Do you have a reason to lie? And it's, I'm not buying it yet, but as I've said, we're weeks away from me making up my mind. Weeks away. We're 2 months away. So at this point, it's still not guilty, but that's because that's the presumption. You have a presumption of innocence until you're proved. And I don't remember if they mentioned the Alberts owned the house in opening. That is one of the, facts that I do know is the Alberts owned it and apparently have subsequently sold the house. I don't remember if they said in opening that they did. It'll all come out in evidence, of course. Well, it is in evidence now, at least that firefighter McLaughlin has since learned that the Alberts owned it. So it now is in evidence that they at least owned it at the time, or at least that she has knowledge since that they owned it. So, and the thing is, they insisted on the smaller courtroom, and it could be that they did it to squeeze Turtle Boy out, knowing that he might not help, shall we say. But their argument was, of course, the jury has to be able to see eye to eye with the witnesses, and that couldn't be done in the bigger courtroom, which, like I said, to me, that's kind of a novel reading of the Constitution, but it's and that it's way too early. You're right, Vince. At this point, the only conspiracy is from the opening statement from the defense, coming out, both guns blazing, this Karen Reed was framed. The reality is that they're going to try to build the conspiracy in their case in chief. Cross-examination is basically trying to show you're lying, you have reason to lie, you're a lying liar who lies. So.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you learned of other people's names within the Albert family subsequent to your response to this call on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learned of those through sort of various news or media reports in relation to this case, not something that you had any conversations with anybody about, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay. Okay.
You indicated, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally just asked you about these 500 friends on social media. A couple of quick questions about that. Of those 500 friends on social media, how many of those have you taken day trips with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you gone to the beach with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs in swimwear with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you been photographed with your arm around while that other friend is drinking a beer?
Sustained.
That's not in evidence.
Sustained.
Ms. McLaughlin,
That's not in evidence.
all of those things that I just mentioned, you have done with Miss Caitlin Albert.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Firefighter McLaughlin, you.
And once again, that last question, all of these, even though that was just sustained, but it didn't matter, on cross-examination, you don't care about the answer. You care about getting out the question. So, and Vince, I'm sure you have intimate relationships with all 2,000 plus of those Facebook friends. Am I right? I mean, I'm close friends with every one of my subscribers. It's known fact. None of it parasocial. It's
You are all set. All right, jurors, we are getting ready to go for our view. So we're about to visit a place which you'll be hearing about some more. You've heard about, you've seen photographs of, and in court terminology, we call this view. The purpose of the view is to help you better to understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you will take is a part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The place that we're going to go, you've
JT Davis. No, I've got to cancel. Like I said, my parents are in Paris today. I need to pick them up from the airport tomorrow to receive my let's make sure my naughty French girl, or my other actual gift.
seen photos of, you've heard it, it's 34 Fairview Road. The lawyers and I will accompany you on the bus. The attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of the scene and items that they want you to pay special note of, but otherwise they cannot discuss anything in this case in regard to this case, and they can't talk to you.
No, we don't want any courthouse Becky situations, is what she's saying.
All right, they'll be able to do an opening here, and they'll be able to point these things out. While you're on the view, it's very important that you can't take notes, and you certainly can't use your phones and take photographs.
Can't take notes.
All right, it's really just for you to see. You cannot conduct any independent investigation while we're there, or at any time during the trial, as you've been told. You're not to return to the scene or ask anyone else to do it for you until the case is over. So this is your opportunity to take a look when we go. What you are to do in the view may be best summarized in two very familiar words, which is stop and look. Okay. Your responsibility is to see the place, to observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. So during your trip to and from the place that we're going to view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it among yourselves or with anyone, and you are not to permit anyone to talk with you about the case. You'll be under the supervision of our great court officers at all times, and you'll remain together until you return to court, unless the court officers direct you otherwise. And just so that you know, because some of this came up during our jury selection process, spectators, if there are any, and all members of the press have been ordered to stay 100 yards away from you. All right, so you can go and you can look and take your time looking without worrying about any interference from anyone. All right.
Spectators. Yeah, it's ooh. That, but the thing is, like, even if from 100 yards away, if, let's say, Turtle Boy is there with a megaphone, you know, free Karen Reed, free Karen Reed. Does he get jury tampering charges tacked on to his witness tampering charges? That would be something.
So with that, Mr. Clerk, could you swear in, please, the court
The
officer?
court officers, raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear you will take this jury upon the premises in question, and there suffer them to view the same in any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issues on the trial, as they shall seem necessary? That you will not permit the parties to enter in a debate in front of the jury, or a person to speak to them, unless it be Adam Lally for the Commonwealth and Alan Jackson for the defendant. They to point out such places or things as they deem expedient for the determination of the issue, and that you will keep the jury together until they shall return into court, except the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Lally, do you want to do a short view opening?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
So ladies and gentlemen, as Her Honor just described, we're about to go to a place. When we arrive there, and at any point in time when we're there, this is not a point where we can have any sort of conversation or back and forth. So all I'm going to be asking you to do is just take note of certain locations and certain items as you see. And again, as with anything in this case, this is as you find them, as you observe. Okay. So first, I'm going to ask you to sort of, when we arrive in a general area, as far as taking note of sort of street names when you're coming into and when you're exiting from this particular area. When we arrive at a specific location, I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things about the roadway. Okay. Certainly any abutments to the roadway, any residences that you observe, the distances between the roadway, and any landmarks or any items that you observe on that property, specifically a driveway, specifically a front door, any other sort of items of interest.
And you'll notice he's being intentionally vague here, because he's not wanting to suggest to them, let's say, lead them. He's not saying pay attention to where the flagpole is, pay attention to where the fire hydrant is. These are landmarks we've heard in testimony, but he's not suggesting them. Just, pay attention to the roadways, because, we've heard testimony about the way first responders drove there, but yeah, Turtle Boy has been in a lot of comment sections. Like I said, I'm surprised he hasn't been in mine, as small as I am. And the depth situation, well, there hadn't been any pretrial motions on that, as far as I know. So, but once again, that was civil. Had it been criminal, it might have been kept out, buffer zone or something, keep the party atmosphere across the street. But that's true. Picture the road covered in snow so that you can't tell where the road ends and the grass begins. I've mentioned, the photos we've seen have all been in the snow from the night in question. Google Street View, there is no sidewalk pavement for you Brits out there. No sidewalk. It's just a hard curb and then grass. So
within the front lawn area of that. I'm also going to ask you to take note of the roadway itself, and sort of the width of that roadway, whether or not you find any sort of lanes separating within that roadway, and then the individual width of some of those lanes as well. Lastly, there is also going to be a vehicle as well. And I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things with respect to that vehicle. Okay?
And I don't know. I'm guessing that's the Lexus. I'm assuming it was seized. If they, think back to the Darrell Brooks trial, the jury went and viewed the Ford Escape, but it was in the police impound garage. If, Mr. Lally saying, pay attention to the vehicle there, that tells me that the Lexus is there, and instead of taking a separate field trip, this is all in one.
With respect to the size, with respect to the height, with respect to anything that you observe, specifically from the front, the side, the back, all of the exterior of that vehicle, and then also some of the interior of that. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to take note of sort of the center console in the front driver's compartment of that vehicle, and anything that you observe in that location as well. And that is all I'm asking you to do in this case, and I thank you.
Okay, that's cryptic to me. The center console and anything you might find in it. That's cryptic. Unless, there's a half consumed bottle of vodka that was left from the night in question in the center console, but I don't know. So,
Thank you again for your time and attention.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first time we've been able to speak to you directly.
and like I said yesterday when I talked about it, I was amused. No grain of salt needed from the comments they've left afterward. It amused me.
So I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself and thank you for your service and thank you for your time and commitment to this. I'm going to echo a lot of what Mr. Lally just said. There's nothing magical about this other than it gives you perspective. It's an opportunity to introduce you in three-dimensional form to stuff that you've been seeing in two-dimensional form. Photographs, some of the testimony, diagrams that you might see.
So I'm sorry, we're really pointed on what you can say.
What we're going to ask you to do is take special note of the relationships of physical items out of the scene. Much as Mr. Lally just indicated, there are going to be physical things out of the scene. You've heard about a flagpole, a fire hydrant, a house. We're going to ask you to take special note of where those are in relation to other things physically at the scene. That will hopefully, with the court's instruction, give you some assistance in putting together the testimony that you think is relevant, the documents that you think are relevant. Again, to echo what Mr. Lally said, we're going to ask you to look at the roadway, the vehicle, the house, the physical items at the home, and the relationship between and among all of those things to each other. Hopefully, that will give you a very good understanding of what we're dealing with, especially with the exhibits. Thank you.
All right, so folks, we'll be all set. We'll see you at the bus in a little bit.
Just make sure you don't look up closed.
You are muted. Goodbye.
All right. So that was the extent of the morning session. And like I said, it looks like we aren't catching up in real time, but that's because it's 5:30 in Boston right now. So I'm assuming they're done for the day. But we get to zoom forward to the next witness. And Pat's Cats, good to see you. So you came in right as we finished the morning session before they went for the jury view at the crime scene. And we just zoom forward and we are in for the afternoon session. Let's see, 2:42 to, yeah, so another hour and a half at our speed, roughly, to go. And let's get started. Afternoon. Like I said, I think this is another firefighter. Looks like a rather senior one, judging by the gray.
Well, the session will be seated.
All right, why don't we get the lieutenant back up here? Thank you.
Sir, I remind you, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Wait. You're still under oath? Oh, I zoomed too far. There was a break. Never mind. I missed a bit. I'm glad he said you're still under oath. Otherwise, I would have gone too far.
That you took is part of this case, and the observations that you made while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations. Remember that I told you that what you were to do on that view is best summarized as simply stop and look. Your responsibility was to see the place, observe it carefully, and remember what you saw. You were cautioned that while on the view, you were not to take any notes or photographs, and that you were not to conduct any independent investigation while we were there or at any time during the trial. So independent investigation includes, but is not limited to, any measurements that you may have taken or attempted to take. So to the extent that any of you did that, you must totally disregard it, because you must find the facts from the evidence presented to you in this courtroom. Okay, so with that, Mr. Lally, do you have a witness for us?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call on Mr. Gregory Woodbury to the stand.
Step up to the witness stand, please. Yes, clerk and jury. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. You take this.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Greg Woodbury, Woodbury.
And what do you do for work, sir?
Lieutenant paramedic on the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
About 24 years now.
How long have you had the rank of lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department?
That's been 8 years now.
Now, prior to working with Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within that same sort of field?
Prior to being on Canton Fire, I was an EMT paramedic in the North Shore area.
And if you could just, with regard to your working as a paramedic and a firefighter, specifically as far as being a paramedic, what, if any, sort of specialized training did you receive in regard to, or certifications did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So after I got my EMT, when I went to paramedic school, I went to Northeastern University. It was a 1-year full-time program.
And following, you successfully completed that program, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or recertification component in regard to your paramedic certification?
Yeah, every 2 years, paramedics have to recertify. We're required to get so many hours of continuing education to recertify every 2 years.
If I could turn your attention to the date of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022.
Mhm.
Were you working with the Canton Fire Department on that day?
Yes.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion, if you recall?
It was a 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift within the Canton Fire Department is what to what?
It's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day.
Now, turning your attention to the 29th, at what point do you sort of get up and start to begin your day at the fire station?
So a normal day, sorry, was that my beginning of the shift you're talking about, or the end of the shift?
Second day.
Okay, so the second part of the shift. Normally we get up at 6 for the officers, but I got up a little earlier then because we had the snowstorm coming in. So I had to make sure everything was shoveled. I think I got up about maybe 5, check the apron of the area in front of the station.
I'm pretty sure, and I don't know positively, but I've seen video of her walking into court up the front steps, so you wouldn't do that unless you were out on bail. So I'm pretty sure she's out on bail. And so you heard him say, generally officers get up at 6. We heard Firefighter McLaughlin, the last witness, testify the lead paramedic and the officer are who you expect or who are required to write reports. So Flinetti wrote a report, and Woodbury, our current witness, should have wrote a report because he just testified. He's the officer.
And make sure the walkways were clear.
And when you got to check that, what, if anything, did you?
It had been snowing. There was blizzard type conditions coming in. So it was a decent level of snowfall there. Let's see, maybe 2-3 inches on the ground at that time.
And as far as with reference to that, what, if anything, did you do to?
I think we can move quickly through this part of it. The cleaning the apron.
Okay.
At this point, it's cumulative.
Exactly.
Okay.
As far as that particular date or that shift, how were you assigned within the firehouse?
I was lieutenant on engine 4.
And with respect to that, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, yeah, we're dispatched to a call for a person in the snow.
And did you respond to that call, sir?
Yes, I did.
And you were assigned to the engine, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone else, was assigned to the engine that day with you on that engine?
So we had Kate McLaughlin and Frank Walsh were my 2 engine crew.
And in addition to yourself and your engine, what if any other sort of vehicles or apparatuses?
Ambulance 1 also responded with us. So that was Tony Flamati, Matt Kelly, and Tim Nuttall had also hopped on the ambulance. He was coming in the shift in the morning, came in early to beat the storm.
And do you recall where the call was in regards to what the address was?
I don't remember the address offhand, but it was not that far away in the district.
And when you arrived in the engine, when you first arrived on scene, as you were arriving on scene, what, if anything, did you sort of see as upon your arrival?
So the police were already there. We were approaching the scene. I could see several people off to the side in the yard doing something, so we went to investigate that.
say off on the side, was that to your left, your right, or something?
So the way I was approaching the street, it was on the left-hand side.
And when you indicate you see some group of people, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a few people around. I don't remember exactly how many or what they were doing.
And when you start to make your way over there,
Once again, it's that tunnel vision. You're on a chaotic scene. You focus on your job. You've got to be aware of your surroundings, but you're going to remember what you're focused on.
what if any, when you arrive on scene?
Yep.
What is sort of the first thing you do?
So we went to evaluate the patient. I believe someone had started CPR prior to us getting there. So we went to continue that.
When you say someone had started CPR prior to you.
I don't remember the particular individual that was doing it as we arrived.
The one with blood on her face.
So it's someone outside of your department, correct?
Yeah.
And do you know if it was one of the police officers or someone else?
I don't remember.
Now, obviously, you're dispatched in response to an unresponsive mail, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you're arriving on scene, you say you see sort of a cluster of people. Were you able to see that unresponsive mail at that point?
Not in the vehicle, not until I.
So, Pat's Cats, we don't know exactly. The storm started 11:30 midnight, roughly. Although, that's the observations, from Paul and Darren O'Keefe that, we looked outside at about midnight before going to bed, and it looked like the snow had started around then. But, as I've said, here in, my frame of reference is Salt Lake. It might be sunny here, and I can look up at the Cottonwood Canyons where Snowbird and Delta are, and I can tell it's snowing up there, but it's not here. So they observed the storm starting about midnight. Now, he presumably, assuming the prosecution's case is correct, would have been hit around between 12:30 and 1. So we'll say 12:45. The defense is saying he was dumped outside at like 2 or 3. So either way, he's been out in the cold for at least 3 hours, if not 5, maybe 6 hours. So it's, without a witness, we don't know. But it's about 12:30 or 1.
I exited the vehicle.
And at some point, much later or subsequently, did you come to learn the identity of the unresponsive male patient that you were involved with?
Afterwards, they told me yes. At the time, I did not know.
And what did you learn his name to be subsequent?
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous and blanking right now.
Was it Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, correct.
And when you first came over to where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
What kind of position was his body in when you first observed?
He was lying.
That's it. He's a firefighter, not a public speaker. He, cool, calm, collected, trying to save lives, trying to put out a fire, put him on a stand in front of dozens of people and TV cameras. You can get flustered. You can forget. It's real easy. You guys have seen me remember my question 3 separate times and then still forget what point I was going to make. So we'll definitely give him that one. Forgetting John O'Keefe's name.
Supine on the ground, like on his back. He was parallel to the street, about 8 feet away from the snowbank.
And in reference to that, as far as the snow was concerned, what if any snow did you observe on or around where you were?
He was covered with snow, and there was snow around the area.
And so from a treatment of Mr. O'Keefe as a patient,
Yep.
what is sort of the first thing that you did or
We started CPR, or CCR, sorry, immediately. Someone went to go get a board to get him onto that so we can get him onto the stretcher and move him to the ambulance. And then someone else was trying to get the backstory, trying to figure out the scenario that we're dealing with.
If I could just stop you for a moment. So
Yeah.
you mentioned CCR, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the difference between CCR versus
CPR is called cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that is when you're helping someone breathe. CCR is when we first get to a scene, they change the protocols a little while ago. So we don't have to give respirations right away. We can just do compressions. It's a little more effective to get the blood flowing quickly.
I was hoping he'd specify, because I didn't know what CCR was other than Credence Clearwater Revival. And that is actually my understanding as not a first responder. When I was taught CPR, it was, if you're doing it yourself, you do about 15 and then give 2 puffs, and then 15 compressions and go until you can't. And I remember hearing of several years ago that basically the new guidance, especially for lay people, basically non-medical personnel, so like me, that the new guidance was compressions only, because that's the most important part. And frankly, giving the respiration is gross. That's why first responders have CPR masks with one-way valves, because generally, if you don't have one and you're giving the respirations, you're getting a mouthful of vomit or sputum or blood or something, and it's gross and it's a biohazard and you just don't want it. And plus, most people do it wrong, because, you've got to tilt the head the right way so that you free the airway, because if you don't tilt it the right way, the airway will be closed and you're just puffing it into the cheeks and it's coming right out. You've got to plug the nose, otherwise it's going right out. So if you're giving compressions, it moves the blood around, it distributes the residual oxygen, and that's the most important part, especially for us. And for even for the firefighters. Yeah, out in the snow, we're doing the CCR. Once we're in the ambulance, we're clearing the airway, we're putting the respirator bag, and they've talked about the appliance that they use to basically keep the airway clear, keep it well positioned. And Vince, from what I've seen, I hope not.
Thanks. As far as your involvement in patient care, sort of what was that during that initial phase when Mr. O'Keefe was supine on the ground? What was your involvement in patient care at that point?
I was assisting with the CPR, making sure everyone else was doing the test. As a lieutenant, I kind of got to manage the other people and make sure everyone's on target for what they're supposed to be doing.
And during that initial time that you're outside, outside in the area where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
Outside on the ground, he was covered in snow. So we're really not doing any sort of secondary survey initially. The primary concern is the primary survey, which is airway, breathing, circulation. He was not breathing. He had no pulse. So our primary concern is to get that going.
And at some point, are you able to get him from the ground to the back of the ambulance?
Yeah, we moved him onto a longboard, then moved him from the longboard onto the stretcher, and then brought the stretcher over the ambulance and loaded him in there.
You mentioned at some points upon your sort of initial arrival at the patient that different people were tasked with different things, right?
Yes.
And someone was tasked with trying to get sort of what you termed the backstory, is that correct?
Yes.
Why is that important?
So when you have someone unconscious, unresponsive, you want to know when they were last well, the last breathing, last seen, trying to figure out why someone is on the ground. There are different reasons of why they could be there, trying to figure that out. Normal people don't lay down in the snow. So trying to evaluate the reason the person was unconscious.
And so you're able to get him on, Mr. O'Keefe, onto a stretcher into the back of the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the lighting in the back of the ambulance is better than it was outside?
Correct.
And when you're in the back of the ambulance, are you able to then do or participate in that secondary survey?
Yeah, we started doing a secondary survey after we started getting good compressions going. Someone's working on the intubation, and then one of the procedures is to strip off the clothes and evaluate the person.
And if you recall, how were the clothes removed?
I don't recall exactly which method they used. Typically, we cut them off, but I'm not sure if they did that or they just pulled them off.
And what, if anything, do you recall as to Mr.
But you'll notice he said, I don't know if they cut them off, meaning he wasn't the stripper. I mentioned yesterday, I come from a family of upholsterers. I never worked for my grandpa at the upholstery shop, but my brother and cousins who did, they loved telling their friends in high school, yeah, I'm a stripper, because their job was stripping the old fabric off the couches and stuff, prepare for my grandpa to reupholster them. So, you know, good high school Mormon kids. Yep, I'm a stripper.
O'Keefe's clothing and sort of what he was wearing when he was found?
I really wasn't paying attention to it. The primary concern is trying to revive him.
So to that secondary survey, as far as once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's back?
He had a hematoma or a bruising. The right eye was very prominent. There was some scratches on the right forearm. Was most of the external injuries we noted.
And now, in addition, so as far as people on scene, there were a number of different firefighters from your department. You mentioned that the police were on scene when you arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So beyond the police and fire, what, if any, other individuals did you observe at some point when you were on scene?
There was some other civilians there. I really wasn't paying attention to them.
It's that tunnel vision.
Now, with reference to that backstory that you were talking about, at any point in time, either outside of the ambulance or inside of the ambulance, who, if anyone, was tasked by you or anyone else to try and obtain that backstory?
I think Katie McLaughlin was the one that obtained the backstory.
And if you know, was there any other conversation that you were present for between any of your other firefighters and any of those civilians?
That was primarily when she relayed to us the information that she had obtained. We were trying to figure out the scenario of why he was found unconscious and unresponsive.
Let me ask you this way. So as far as arrival at the patient when he's on the ground,
Yep.
Who gets there first? You and the other individuals in the engine, or the firefighters in the ambulance?
We both respond from the same station at the same time. The engine's in the front, the ambulance usually in the rear. So I believe we pulled over, the ambulance pulled over at the same time as us. I believe C5 went as well, which is the captain. He was also responding with us.
Now, as far as the person that firefighter McLaughlin
C5 we've heard referred to yesterday as Car 5.
spoke to, what, if anything, did you know about that person at that time?
At that time, I knew nothing. I knew there was someone that had been with him. She relayed the information of what she had heard to us.
And the information that firefighter McLaughlin, without reference to what it was, but the information that firefighter McLaughlin was able to obtain, did she communicate that to you and the other firefighters in the ambulance?
Yes, she came in the ambulance, told us what she had heard.
And that's true, Anne, but we'll probably hear, I'm assuming there was a blood draw at the hospital, because remember, she was taken by ambulance to the hospital right after this. And that blood draw, if she's still above 0.08, of course, as defense, I'm going to maybe be arguing, hey, she had plenty of time to post game at home. She got home and she drank. So any blood alcohol level that you got at 6 a.m, well, that was all ingested after 1 a.m. after she got home.
As far as the information that firefighter McLaughlin provided, did that comport with what you were observing as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection.
Sustained. Can lay a foundation.
So that's a
Now, as
lack
far
of
as,
foundation.
again, the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance were what?
It was the bruising of the right eye and the scratches on the forearm.
And what, if anything, did firefighter McLaughlin indicate to you had been told to her?
That someone said she had hit him, and he was last seen.
Objection.
Sustained. That will be stricken.
May we proceed?
Okay.
So we have no foundation laid for when she was last seen or when she last saw him. We've got some foundation for what the injuries were what she said about how he might have received those injuries. But this, lieutenant is not qualified to, necessarily talk about, oh yeah, they were at Waterfall Bar and Grill. That's what she said, because, it's him receiving that from McLaughlin is hearsay. It's double hearsay, because it's, Karen Reed allegedly told it to Firefighter McLaughlin, who told it to him. There's no hearsay exception to allow him to offer for the proof of the matter asserted what McLaughlin told him. And so these are defense objections. These are defense objections. We're on direct right now. So, and that's true, Pat's Cats. But if she's on video having 2 drinks, I would argue 2 drinks isn't enough to be 0.14 or whatever. I'm just guessing. But to be 0.14 at 7 a.m. more than 6.5 hours later. Therefore, if she's on video consuming 2 drinks at the bar, well, she must have drank more after she went home. She wasn't driving drunk. She went home. She's a responsible drunk. But if she's on video,
Because we always try and check and make sure that your lunch is here before.
if there's if she's on video having consumed 10 drinks, if Jen McCabe, I think, was at the bar with them. If she testifies, yeah, I saw Karen, she was knocking them back just one drink after the other. That's eyewitness testimony. That's great evidence. But just being at the bar, I don't go to bars often, but I've, the hardest drink I've ever had at a bar is a Coke. So my presence at a bar has never indicated drunkenness, but I never go, or rarely go. Never
We'll
drink.
take a break. I'm told that it is. So we will take a lunch break. We'll see everybody here ready to start right at 2:00.
Okay, so now we're at the lunch break. Fast forward to where and you can see how I accidentally zoomed through that. It was brief enough that it was easy enough to jump through on this slider. Oops. Let's see, that looks like a preview. Oh, let's actually this looks like Law and Crime might have had a videographer on scene. So let's take a peek. So I was right. It looked like the Lexus. So we're looking at the lower bumper. There's the broken tail light, and so from the video I've seen, like I said, I've intentionally avoided most evidence. I've done my best to stay away. The video I have seen from the night in question, because the defense is trying to say she had the accident later in Johnny O'Keefe's driveway. The video shows from the right side of the Lexus. It's a mostly side view, but you can clearly see this larger tail light on the tailgate portion on the lift gate. This broken out larger tail light on the quarter panel is broken in this picture. It looks like it might just be a light as without a lens is what it looks like to me, whereas it's not a very high resolution shot, but the other side, from what we can see from that low resolution, the shape is a little different. So okay, and that it's important to know it's the LX 570. So I misstated earlier when I said I thought it was an RX. It's an LX. So this is the Lexus version of the Land Cruiser. I still don't see how Land Cruisers can be such luxury vehicles. I drove a 85 FJ60 through most of high school and a couple years after. So that's a utility, not a luxury vehicle. But it's the big one, shall we say. And that's it, Vince. I'm assuming the entire mechanism was reviewed or removed for evidence. That's why we just see the plug-in for it, the wiring with the that wouldn't be how it broke. It would have just presumably been the lens, maybe the bulb, but it's a new enough SUV that it would be mostly LED cells. So yeah. So fire hydrant, flagpole. Those are landmarks we've heard. So and they mentioned, you know, in their vague ways that, you know, they mentioned there'd be a vehicle there, pay attention to it. The Lexus isn't in evidence yet, so they can't say, pay attention to the Lexus, look at the taillight, because that's not in evidence. But they mentioned to keep a lookout for a few things. In their vagueness, I don't know what we're looking for other than landmarks. And like I said, this is the hard curb. It's a different style curb than we have in Salt Lake for the most part. White lane striping along the curb, yellow down the middle of the street. They said, pay attention to the lane striping. Not that you could see it on the night in question because of the blizzard. So I don't know if there's anything else we're looking out for here. Well, I guess it shows a little more of the Lexus, so let's... Like, I don't know if any of these cars parked in front of the Lexus were cars that were on the scene the night in question. Like, these might be brought up as other cars that had been there. I don't know. And remember, the walkway goes, it's basically, if you can see my mouse, there's this blue SUV crossover in the driveway. The walkway from the house goes to the driveway, basically right at the driver's side door of this blue crossover. So you leave the front door and walk over there. Johnny is right about here where I'm circling with my mouse. You wouldn't necessarily see him there leaving the house or from the street. Once again, at night in a blizzard. No, because Vince, remember, the Albert family sold the house since. That's part of the conspiracy. And that's Courthouse Becky narrating. I hope no one has motion sickness. It's a pretty crabapple tree. They're doing their best to avoid showing the jurors. I think that's why the camera's flailing wildly right there and then pointing at feet, because can't show the jurors. Oh, yeah, they did mention the center console. I don't know what we're looking for in the center console, but they did say pay special attention to the center console of a car on the road. Okay. By center console, maybe they meant the dash, because it looks like the airbag has been removed, because the passenger side dashboard above the glove box, there's a panel removed. I assume that means the airbag went off, but the steering wheel is intact, so the driver's side airbag presumably didn't go off, assuming that's why they removed this. That's the only reason I can think of for why this specific interior panel is missing. But that's not the center console either, but not everyone's a automotive person, so I'd put here by the shift knob as the center console. Although maybe going up, I believe some car companies, it's the waterfall, although that might be Aston Martin specific. But like where the radio controls are and stuff, but we can't see that very clearly from the steering wheel.
Curious to know.
And once again, that center portion, I can't tell, because that's what we see now is what I generally call the center console. And I'm not seeing anything there. At least nothing out of place. You know, I joked about half a bottle of vodka. There's nothing in the cup holders that I've seen. I'm not seeing anything. Hopefully, in future testimony from future witnesses, like say detectives, you know, maybe Canton Police or the Massachusetts, the Stadies, might have an automotive division. Some police departments have an automotive division that their entire job is to tear down vehicles that are involved in crimes, looking for the evidence. So they'd be the ones, if I remember right, we had one. Well, we did. We had the motor pool mechanics for the Waukesha Police Department talk about their examination of Daryl Brooks' mother's Ford Escape. So we could have, you know, a Massachusetts State Police automotive detective talk about, yeah, I removed the housing for the rear tail light. That's why it's completely gone. The broken piece is here in court today. So they might talk about what we're supposed to be looking for here in the future. I'm not seeing what we're supposed to, but I don't know the evidence. So it's all speculation. That's it. To me, that's what it is. But you can see the black and then blue and then green wires with the plastic connector plug socket thingamajig and vents, buttons. Like, touch screens are nice, but you need at least some buttons, as car makers figured out, because when they went all touch screen for everything, including radio volume and air conditioning, people hated that. And
Something to do, right? Yeah, exactly.
looks like we lost a little focus right before I paused, but going that there's the seam between panels right here where my mouse is. So right next to the LX570, just to the right, and it looks like there's a little dent right above that seam to me.
Make it a guy, cool guy.
And that could be mid forearm area for a 6'2" man with his arms down at his side.
Okay, yeah.
And that's a better view. This electrical plug is basically what I was describing on the dashboard, out of focus. It's hard to tell on the bumper.
And I wouldn't touch it.
You're right.
Okay, where is that? That's rust. And in order to get rust, paint has to be removed. So scratches, I think that's on the right tailgate. So this is the unbroken portion of the taillight I was describing earlier. So it's the right taillight, but to the left of the broken bit. And then right above it, there's damage. But I don't know that that's from the same incident, because let's just assume they seized the vehicle that day and it's been stored in a storage locker as opposed to an impound lot. I don't know that you'd get this kind of rust damage on a fresh impact. So I don't know that this is evidence of anything, or I don't know. I'm just speculating, like I said. And so, yeah, that little bit of damage I was mentioning right here where I'm circling, basically you've got the rear windshield wiper right below the rightmost extent of it is, I think, where the damage was I was trying to point out in the close-up. So it's hard to tell, but you know, it's a between 5,000 and 6,000 pound SUV versus a 200-pound man. It's hard to say what kind of damage the SUV is going to have, especially at, you know, I'm assuming it was at a low speed. I really am. But, you know, in this case, we're looking at the damage was done by the mass as opposed to the velocity. And I assume under the taillight, this white bit is a evidentiary tag, a sticker, something for them to make reference to.
Like my parents watch the live stream and shit, and I'll tune in. I can't.
And that's, you know, are these windows here, front of the house, are these bedrooms? Are these the master bedroom, or are the, you know, is the master bedroom at the back? And it's also worth noting, I didn't actually notice this, but you've got the front door here in the middle of the main bulk of the house. And like I said, the walkway turns off to screen right pretty quickly, but you have this secondary front door off to the right, closer to the garage, fully to the right of the brick section. So under this dormer window. My guess, once again, this is me speculating. This is me speculating. If I don't know the person at this house, I go to this front door. If it's like any other house, if it's a friend's house, I'm guessing I'm going to this secondary door. And that puts me even farther away. But as JT Davis says, it might be a mother-in-law apartment. I'm just speculating. Lots of houses I've been to, you know, my neighborhood, we don't have a lot of attached garages. Like I said, it's an older neighborhood, so we've got garage in back. But like my aunt's house, my aunt lives around the corner. Her house is a little newer than ours. She's got a front door, and then there's a breezeway. So the garage is under the same roof, but there's an open area and a side door into the house. And that's where we go. So I'm just saying, to me, if it's not a mother-in-law apartment, you know, staff quarters, to me, that's where you go in. And that just makes it even more unlikely that people leaving in the middle of the night in a blizzard would see the body clear across the lawn in the snow. So, but once again, I don't know this. It hasn't been testified to. Those leaving the house that night, if I'm prosecution or defense, I'm probably asking them, which door did you leave out of? Which door did you arrive into? What's the, you know, for the Alberts, what door is the customary guest entry? Because, and that's, I think the house, Anne, is too new to have the customary, you know, trade entrance versus family entrance, but it, it could be. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm speculating, but pointing out details that I'm seeing based on the limited information I have. So,
Listen to the guy just
that house were in my neighborhood, that's depending on what it's like inside, that's between 1.2 and 2 million. If it's really nice and modern inside. It's harder to say because it's an older house. But yeah, but my neighborhood is ridiculous. That's it. To me, this is a 70s suburban house. But the inside, I don't know. Let's see. All right. Well, let's zoom then, because that was the extent of that. Oh, well, JT Davis says 50s, but we've got Zillow says 1 million, built in 1974. And that's the thing, Pat's Cats. It's really hard for me to say what this house I'm in would be worth just because it's built on an abnormally large piece of land for the neighborhood. So, you know, but it's also the busy street. But around the corner, there's some 10-year-old houses, 4,000 square feet, which is big for this neighborhood, that are $2 million houses. But they're, you know, a little tiny postage stamp 1,600 square foot house in this neighborhood is 800,000. And we've been living here since long before those prices. Whoa, what? It's giving us a weird title card, but so back with the lieutenant.
Well, the session please be seated.
All right. Why don't we get the lieutenant back up here? Thank you.
Sir, I remind you, you're still under oath.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
So Lieutenant Woodbury, bring your attention back to the treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance. Right?
Yes.
With respect to that, you testified that you don't recall sort of specifically anything as far as clothing for Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I was not paying attention to the clothing.
And so to that point, what were you paying attention to at that?
Primarily, the big issue was doing the CCR, then to CPR. We're trying to resuscitate the person as best we can. We know with the hypothermic patient, it's very difficult. It's a longer treatment protocol than a typical cardiac arrest because we have to do the CPR for an extended period of time. We have to get the patient warmed up.
But it also, the popsicle factor extends the grace period before starting CPR.
So the clothing is just quickly removed versus examined or looked at. And the focus was on getting compressions done. Someone was trying to intubate, getting a line started. So that's what we're mainly focused on.
As far as treatment is concerned, what, if any, sort of
Friday night.
interplay or intersection is there between a cardiac arrest and a hypothermic patient?
When someone's hypothermic and in cardiac arrest, we can't declare them dead or passed on until they've been warmed up. A lot of times with hypothermic patients, they can appear to be dead when they're still actually alive.
As someone said yesterday, I can't remember who, you're not dead until you're warm and dead.
So there has been instances where people have woken up in morgues that were hypothermic when their body warmed up a little bit. So we have to be very cautious, very careful about treating them as much as we can, as careful as we can. We can't shake them too much, can't move them too much. So it's getting the blood circulating and then starting ventilating after a few minutes.
Circling back to the CCR, the chest compression
Yep.
we're talking about, what, if any, sort of, based on your training experience, what, if any, sort of protocols are? Well, let me ask you this. Were you doing chest compressions throughout the entirety of this interaction with the patient?
No, chest compressions, most people do them about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, it's very tiring to do chest compressions. So we swap off every few minutes. So a different person will come in and do the compressions. They'll do it for a little while, go into a different task. Someone else will come in and do compressions.
But they got him on the, is it the Lucas machine they called it? The automatic compressions pretty quickly inside the ambulance.
Is that sort of protocol that you followed in this instance? with
Yes.
regard to the stroke?
Yes, we were rotating the person doing compressions.
And the ambulance at some point leaves the scene and goes to a hospital, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know what hospital? Mr.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
If you could just wait. till
Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
questions.
Yeah. Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And at that point, he had not been pronounced dead. So it's not necessarily that he was alive, but until you're pronounced dead, you're considered alive, if that makes sense.
And did you go along for that ambulance ride?
No, I did not.
Where did you go?
So as the lieutenant on the engine, I stayed with the engine. I detailed my 2 other engine personnel to the ambulance. So they went with the 2 engine personnel, the 2 regular people on the ambulance, as well as an additional person. Timmy Nuttall was the extra person for that one.
And so you take the engine and go with it.
I went back to the station.
And at some point shortly after that, are you called back to the roadway of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And same general area of Fairview Road?
Yes, same address.
Probably
And how is
could
it
have been
that you
saved.
get from the station back to Fairview?
So we had struck a box to cover the personnel that we had detailed. That means we send out a page looking for additional people to come in. We had Sam Pock come in. So he was my engine driver, and I was in the lieutenant seat.
So sent out a page asking for people to come in. So everyone else is busy. They're like, hey, we're shorthanded. That's why, like I was saying, that's why they want people living in the local community. They don't want you having to commute from Boston, from, wherever.
We responded back in engine 4.
And the ambulance that had been there on Fairview Road with you previously was at Good Samaritan?
Yes. Yeah. A call like that takes an extended period of time, even at the hospital, to assist them there. So we had to get an ambulance from Station 2.
And if you know who was on that ambulance?
And that ambulance for Station 2 is the one that took Karen Reed. So I think that's where they're going here.
That was Jason Becker and Dan Whitley.
Now, with reference to this particular call, what, if anything, was this secondary dispatch with regard to?
So this call was for Section 12, which is someone in, having a psychological issue.
And do you know who that Section 12 was in regard to?
Yeah, this was for Karen Reed.
And at some point, you would go back to the scene along with the engine and the second ambulance from Station 2?
Yeah, so the engine got there first. The ambulance coming from the other station, so it was a couple extra minutes before they got there.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone else, was sort of on scene on Fairview Road?
The police were still on scene. They had never left. So initially it was me, Sam Pock, and the police. So I went up to try to get the backstory of why we're doing a Section 12 and what was going on.
And at some point, well, when you first arrived, without regard to what was said to you, but who, if anyone, do you speak with to sort of try to gain this information or backstory?
So the asystole was on the scene is the testimony. They arrived and he was asystole. So when they arrived, his heart was not beating. So that's the when you hear people say, yeah, I was dead for 5 minutes, but they revived me, generally that's what it's going to be. And so when you're pronounced dead, that's when they throw in the towel. So you might have been clinically dead for a while, but it's when you're pronounced dead is basically when they stop trying to revive you. So we don't know how long he was asystole. You know, did his heart stop right before they arrived on scene? Did his heart stop at 2 a.m? But once again, that grace period, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. The cold might have meant he could have been resuscitated. Of course, he might have been a potato had he been resuscitated. So we don't know. It's all speculation, even from the professionals, because he wasn't resuscitated.
When I got onto the scene, I talked to the police that was there.
Who'd you talk to, sir? The police officer who was
Police
there?
officer, yes, sorry.
And do you recall specifically who that police officer was?
I really did not pay attention to the individual officer.
And at some point, do you have a conversation, or what, if any, conversations do you have with the patient, the defendant history?
So it was when we identified Karen Reed as the patient, the ambulance arrived shortly after. We started talking to her and trying to get her into the ambulance to talk to her further.
And just to be clear for the records, when you say Miss Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's right over there.
That's a record reflect identification of the identified witness?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Miss Reed, where is she sort of when you first make contact with her on scene when you come back?
So this actually, to me, could be leading into interesting territory that I don't actually know the answer to. I'm sure there is case law on this, but she is being sectioned, section 12, so 72-hour psychological hold. She's erratic at the scene. So for her mental health, they're taking her. And so let's say on the ambulance ride, let's say words properly, Lieutenant Woodbury asks her what happened. She's not free to go. She's not free to go. She's in the process of being sectioned. So she's not free to go, but she's not in custody. So if Woodbury, and it's not a custodial interrogation because he's not law enforcement, so it's not an interrogation. But I'm sure there's case law as to whether that sort of confession would be admissible or not. I've never run into it, so I don't actually know the answer without doing research. Now, on the side of the road, when firefighter McLaughlin heard it, she definitely wasn't in custody then. So that Miranda, who cares? But on the ambulance ride at the hospital, she's not free to go. That could be interesting. I don't know if there are any statements that would even matter, but it could be interesting. And I don't actually know the answer. It's not something I've ever had to deal with, so I don't know.
In the general vicinity of where the police cars are.
And what is sort of the purpose of this initial conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed?
For Section 12, that's when someone's made threats to harm themselves or others. So I just had to judge her mental ability at the time and if she was a threat to us and how much of a threat she was to herself.
Threats of
So just
harm
a quick evaluation, see how her behavior was.
to self or others.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her during your quick conversation?
She appeared very distraught, very upset. Initially just trying to explain the situation to her about going to the hospital with the Section 12, and she was resistant to that.
And so when you say she was resistant to that, what if anything, did she say or do to?
She did not want to go.
Hold on. You cannot talk over each other, and the objection's overruled.
Please go ahead.
So what was the question again, please?
So what if any?
That's nerves. Testifying in court is not natural conversation. So it takes practice.
Anything, when you say she was resistant, what, if anything, did she communicate to you, or observations did you make in regard to that?
She did not want to go to the hospital, and she didn't think she needed any assistance.
And what, if anything, are you you mentioned you were explaining sort of the process to her, what, if anything, are you saying in that explanation?
Well, once a Section 12 gets written, it's written by the police. Once it's written, we are required to transport to the hospital. Section 12 means that.
So written by the police, and then we're required to transport her to the hospital. So if that could be custodial then, because it's not the police taking her into custody, but it's at the direction of the police. So she's not free to leave. It's at the direction of the police. So this could be, it still might not qualify as interrogation since he's not law enforcement. He's a first responder, but not law enforcement. So if she made confessions, if she made statements, but then it's, did she spontaneously utter them, or were they responses to his questions? So this is interesting. Like I said, it's at the behest of police. This, even though it's not arrest type detention, it's not you're our prime suspect, she's still not free to leave. So it's interesting to me, and that's my understanding from his testimony. The police initiated it, and when they do, we're required. To me, that's statutory. It's probably part of Section 12. So that's the way I'm interpreting it until I receive information to the contrary.
They believe you're a threat to yourself or others, so you have to get evaluated at the hospital by the hospital staff there to see how mentally stable you are.
Now, at this time of this conversation, what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and the prior patient, Ms. Wilkie?
I knew they had a relationship. I wasn't sure if they were married or engaged or what their status.
And that's a good question. The jury is in the room right now. So if there's question, that the defense knows that this is coming in. It's been disclosed to them. So if it's questionable, I'm sure there's a pretrial ruling. And so if it's been deemed admitted, it would have already been done before trial. So otherwise, the jury would be out of the room if there's any question. So I expect anything coming in has already been litigated, but we'll see.
Status was, but I knew she was did have a strong relationship with him.
And in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, was she asking or saying in reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
She kept repeating, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She seemed very concerned about that. We're trying to explain to her that we cannot declare him dead. He's being evaluated. He's being treated. They're trying to treat him the best they can.
As I said earlier, they're not dead until they're declared dead. The doctor declares them dead.
And as far as when she's stating these things to you, is this, as far as the sort of tonality of her voice while she's saying these things to you, can you describe that?
She was very up and down. It was a repetitive conversation with her. She's obviously experiencing a lot of different emotions. So just her emotional state was all over the place.
And as far as this sort of second time that you're on scene, about how long period of time are we talking?
That was about between 15 and 20 minutes.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, where did she go? Did you stay with her sort of the entire time that she was on scene that second time, or?
Because she was resistant, we're trying to get her to voluntarily go. If someone voluntarily goes, even with the section written, they're released a lot quicker. So we're trying to convince her to go, be willing to go with us versus being forced.
So you voluntarily check into a mental hospital. You're generally free to leave when you want. You're forced into a mental hospital. You can't leave until you're told you can leave. That sounds like the same general idea. Hey, let us, come with us. Let's check you out. Let's get you cleared. Then once you're cleared, you leave. If they have to, put you in a white jacket and drag you kicking and screaming, you might be there for every second of that 72-hour hold that they're allowed to keep you, just to make sure.
At some point, we have to actually force her to go against her will. Then it's going to be a much longer hospital stay. So our main goal with staying on the scene so long was to try to get her willingly to go. Just makes her experience much better.
And just to be clear, when you say we, who specifically are you?
It was me, Dan Whitley, Jason Becker were the ones talking to her in the back of the ambulance.
And that's it. Me wondering about the admissibility of, does she need to be Mirandized? That's all me speculating. I don't know the case law on it because I've never had to deal with it, but I'm also just speculating, what might come.
When you clear, so when you leave the scene, where is Ms. Reed at that point?
So the ambulance transported her to the Good Samaritan. We also detailed Sam Park as the driver.
So the gentleman who had driven, or the firefighter that had driven you in the engine to the scene,
Yep.
drives the ambulance away.
Yes,
Would
correct.
you say his name again?
Funny enough, Grey Duck, just based on your name, I figured you lived in Minnesota. I figured you were in Minnesota. You're one of those duck, Grey Duck people.
Please.
Sam Park.
Sam what?
Sam Park.
Spell it, please. Last name.
P-O-C-H is the last
Oh,
name.
okay.
It's Massachusetts. Park, you've got to make sure it's not P-A-R-K.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ready?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Woodbury, you and I have never met or spoken, correct?
No.
I know you had said you were nervous, so I'm going to try and make
Okay.
this fairly brief,
Thank you.
sir. I just have a couple of areas that I'd like to go
Okay.
through with. So with regard to your interaction with Karen Reed and what you actually heard from her mouth, that's sort of where I want to concentrate, as opposed to anything that anybody else may have said to you about what they believe she might have said. Okay.
Okay.
And it seems to me that your main interaction with her was not when the initial call came in to respond to, a man who was unresponsive in the snow. It was after you went back to the station in the engine and then came back to the scene for the purposes of the section 12 that you described. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And when you came back to the scene for the section 12, it's also fair to say that the section 12 issue was your focus, correct?
Correct.
You had an order in hand, correct?
The police had it and they gave it to us when we got there.
Right. Okay. So you got an order in hand once you got there.
Correct.
Which is what you expected to happen. Correct?
Yes.
And your focus at that point is, okay, and I don't want to be too, flip, but we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Is that a fair characterization?
That is one way to put it.
And you wanted to do it the easy way.
Yes, correct.
And you wanted to persuade Karen Reed that she should want to do it the easy way, correct?
Yes.
And after some conversation back and forth where she was initially resistant, she eventually agreed, yes, I'll do it, not to put words in your mouth or hers, but to the effect of, yes, we'll do this the easy way, correct?
Did get her to agree to transport.
And with regard to her state of mind, I believe you had testified that she appeared to be very distraught,
Yes, correct.
going through a lot of emotions,
Yes.
grief-stricken.
Oh, that's one of them, yes.
Hysterical at times,
Yes,
raising her voice at times,
yes.
crying at times,
I didn't see any actual tears, but
that
yeah,
type,
that type of emotional display.
All right. And so in terms of the only
Once again, let him finish the question. It's not a conversation.
commentary that you heard with regard to her feelings or questions regarding John O'Keefe, it was the statements that you heard repetitively over and over and over again. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
That was some of the things she was saying, yes.
Your Honor, may we approach sidebar briefly?
Okay.
Don't know what this sidebar is, but and once again, you know, this is when he's back on the scene. So by this point, maybe she took the advice from Jen McCabe and, you know, shut up. Don't say that. You know, stop saying you did it. But, you know, still, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Karen's mom or Mrs. O'Keefe? I don't know. I haven't been paying attention to the crowd too much. I think all of the presumed Reed family is there from what I've seen. So yeah, crocodile tears, you know, the dryad crying. Well, once again, it sometimes, you know, the weather, you know, you're in a blizzard. Can you tell the difference between tears and snow blown in your face? And, you know, sometimes the weather dries you out. Even during a storm, it's hard to form tears with the wind blowing in your face. So it's not to say she didn't have tears, just that they weren't noticeable.
So I
Should we check
think,
with
I think, Mr. Yannetti, I think you need the actual,
Yes. I was going to ask a couple of questions first and then grab it.
but it's
Looks to me like both mothers are there today, because it looks like Mrs. O'Keefe. I'm assuming that's Mrs. O'Keefe.
right there for when you need it.
Lieutenant Woodbury, on your direct examination, you testified a bit, and I don't want to block the jury here, I'm sorry. You testified a bit about the injuries that you observed on John O'Keefe when you first arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes,
You testified about the swollen eye,
yes,
and you also testified about the scratch marks that you saw on his forearm, correct?
correct.
I'd like to show you, I'm going to approach in a minute to show you what has been marked M for identification. And when I hand it to you, please keep it to yourself and look at it, and then look up at me when you're done, okay? I'm having reviewed M for identification. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
that is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
Does that photograph appear to be a fair and accurate?
And I wonder why the defense is only now bringing this up with a witness. Because remember, this firefighter did not transport Johnny in the ambulance. He transported Karen later. So he didn't get as good a look. My guess, because remember, the other firefighters who transported him, who got the best look, testified about lacerations to the arm. one of them lacerations and scratches. Lieutenant Woodbury testified scratches. So I'm wondering if the reason the defense, from, I know I say the rules are no spoilers, but from me looking ahead on the slider, trying to figure out how many witnesses, I saw the picture is going to be the scratches on the arm. We've got a little authentication. I'm wondering if the reason they're introducing the pictures of his arm with this specific firefighter is because he testified about scratches and not lacerations. Because scratches, well, that's the dog. Whereas lacerations could be anything. Once again, that's me speculating about strategy.
Representation of the scratch marks that you observed on January 29th of 2022, sir?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay. That will be our next exhibit. And again, we'll have to maybe renumber. Counsel, before you leave today, we have to figure out how to keep everything straight.
Understood. And with the court's permission, Your Honor, may I have that published on the screen for the jury?
Yes.
So obviously, I realize everyone is here watching a murder trial, but if you need a trigger warning, if you don't like blood, if you don't like injuries, you might look away.
Now, on direct examination, Lieutenant, hang on. Let me have a moment. Good point.
Okay. What I like this picture to me, like obviously it's being presented for the arm, but it's his side that I'm seeing that is purple. That is purple. I don't know that that's not from lying on the cold ground for hours. I'd have to see the rest of his torso. I'd have to see his back. I would have to see his left side. But from armpit to hip, that is purple. That's purple. That could, to me, that's not a beating. That's a big impact. And, as far as, to me, those don't look like dog bites. They could be dog scratches. I don't know the mechanism, but they don't look like a bite. Well, certainly not a bite, but they don't look like multiple bites either. It's, yeah. But that side, oof.
I'm going to try to go your way so everybody can see. With regard to the injuries that you described on direct examination, Lieutenant, I believe you would mainly concentrate.
I'm sorry. I need to please take this down for me. I need to see counsel inside.
And that's it. It might be, let's say the dog jumped and both claws, so all in the same direction, one jump and scratch, but it certainly to me doesn't look like a dog bite. And for a bite, I'd want to see the underside of the arm. So it's just, it's hard to say. But like I said, I'm a lawyer, not an accident reconstructionist, not a medical examiner. But presumably, the jurors aren't either. They aren't even lawyers. So it's just, it's hard to say, though, what did cause the lacerations, because you know, is it he wouldn't have road rash, I wouldn't think. There's no sharp edges other than maybe the broken taillight, assuming it's able to break through his clothing, or at least not necessarily break through all the way, but lacerate from the other side of the clothing. Because to me, the tail light, the broken tail light, is the only thing that I see making that. But that's it. Click the right one. Is there something in the lawn? And you know, I did speculate the other day. Was it just a bump, or was he backed over? You know, what was there some tire action that, you know, did was he? I don't know. I'm just trying to think, but this also doesn't look like a fight. You know, the presuming the torso, that's injuries, like physical injuries, assuming that's bruising as opposed to exposure, as opposed to frostbite, that looks like it's one impact as opposed to a fight. So to me, none of the explanations to me make sense yet. Either the prosecution or the defense theory. None of it makes sense to me at this point. But that's because I'm overanalyzing it, obviously, and without the necessary education to analyze it. But none of it makes sense to me yet. And that's what I would think too, Vince. You know, the wheel I would assume would cause crushing, but let's say the wheel stopped, like it didn't crush, it just compressed, and then she went forward, so she didn't back all the way over. It would still cause some tearing, but not crushing. But once again, that's me speculating. That's me looking for an explanation. I just don't know. And we don't know. We don't know. Was his arm broken? Because as far as I know, I highly doubt that Turtle Boy has seen the autopsy, has seen the medical examiner's report. This should be the first we see, the first we hear. So and it absolutely is a odd courtroom. And you know, the way the Free Karen Reed crowd is taking everything Turtle Boy has said as the gospel truth, you'd think he personally conducted the autopsy. But that's why I've said from the start, you know, my inclination is she hit him. I don't know intent. But my ultimate verdict is going to be based on the testimony presented in court, because it's one-sided with what's out in the ether right now, what everyone has based their verdicts on before the trial even started is one-sided with no indications of reliability. None whatsoever. So how can you make your decision based on that? One way or another. One way or another. And I think the allegation is that John rode with Karen and then they got in a fight in the car, I think. And then he got out and she drove off and maybe hit him in the process. But we don't know for sure because, like I said, we're on day 4 out of an 8-week trial, presumably an 8-week trial, you know, and the prosecution is expecting what, 4, 5, 6 weeks for its case in chief. So until the prosecution rests, we don't have all of their evidence. And then, you know, we have a couple weeks of defense case in chief to hear the conspiracy, hear how she was framed. So and that's, you know, the tail light though isn't going to be glass. It's going to be hardened plastic, which can still be sharpened, especially with force, can certainly cause puncture wounds, can cause lacerations. It's not going to be clean. It's not going to look like a knife. Is it going to look like a, you know, dog's claws? I don't know. It's hard to say. And yeah, John's SUV was at his house in the Ring doorbell video. I assume the LTD convertible was in the garage, but you know, there's still the friends they were there with. He could have rode with one of them. There's Uber, Lyft, you know, walking. So everyone's standing. You know what that means. It means the jury has been yeeted.
This court is in session, please be seated.
Or, I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention. The jury had already been yeeted. It was a pre-yeeted jury. This was the jury returning. So that's why they were standing.
So jurors, I can assure you that by Monday, I mean, we're in really good shape. It's an organizational situation that I have to deal with. So we've been dealing with that. We appreciate your patience and we are in good shape. And Ms. Giannetti, if you need the exhibit, it's here.
Terrific. May I have it published again on the camera?
Yes.
Now, Lieutenant, with regard to the injuries that you observed, did you notice any lividity on the body when you were looking at it?
Being hypothermic, he was very pale overall. So the skin wasn't pinked up yet. So it's hard to really judge the rest of the skin that way until it's warmed up and much later into the scene.
You are familiar?
And that's it's hard to say. Was it, once again, you know, it probably was frosty white until he was warmed up. But I still wonder, is the purple on the torso from the cold and then being warmed up, or is it impact?
With the term lividity, though.
Yes.
Could you just explain that to the jury?
That's like bruising. So it's like pooling of blood in lower sections. So for like a cardiac arrest patient, when they have lividity, it looks like bruising on the underside where all the blood has pooled. And we did not really notice that.
But it's not actually bruising from an injury. It's just the blood
Settling down. It's the same thing, yes.
One at a time, please.
Yep, sorry. It appears like bruising, and bruising is basically pooling of blood under the skin. So this is lividity is just gravity-fed pooling of blood under the skin. And it usually happens what is the section of the body that is lowest.
I see. Okay. Now, with regard to the scratches that you testified about and that you now observe on exhibit 382, I believe, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your testimony on direct examination was that you observed them in the forearm area, correct?
It was the right, like forearm to arm. I was trying to signal like right up here, but yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
That's my,
Yeah.
It wasn't just on the
Just,
floor.
not just, it was the arm area.
One
You
at
know,
a time.
Mostly what I noticed was forearm, but there was some around there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it wasn't just below the
No, it
elbow.
wasn't up just below the elbow.
There was some above the
Yes.
elbow as well?
Yep.
That's consistent with exhibit 382?
Correct.
Yes.
No further questions.
So Lally, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you very much. So you're all
Thank
set.
So okay, unless during that long bench conference right there, they discussed something that hardly seemed worth questioning him about this photo. Other than, like I said, he's the firefighter that referred to it as scratches, all the others as lacerations. To me, that could have waited for the medical examiner, for the doctor, treating physician. Would have certainly been better from one of the paramedics that transported him as opposed to the one that transported Karen Reed. So, like I said, unless there was, unless that bench conference there did not go the defense's way, that just seemed to me like a waste. But that's just me speculating.
Next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Mr. Daniel Whitley to the stand.
Is that the captain? Or one of the other firefighters that transported her.
You show us whether you ever seen the court during the case down here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Daniel Whitley, Whitley.
And what do you do for us?
I'm a paramedic firefighter with the Town of Canton Fire Department.
That's possible, Anne, but I don't see how that would cause the tail light to break. I don't see that breaking the tail light. But once again, it's all speculation until we have all the evidence. So
How long have you been a member of the Canton Fire?
I was hired in March of 06.
And prior to that work with the Canton Fire Department, did you work within that same field in any other capacity for any other company?
Yes, correct. I worked for American Medical Response out of Brockton as an EMT intermediate and a paramedic for 5 years.
And you're a certified paramedic, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you held that certification?
It was, I believe, November of 2006 that I got that certification.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or recertification process that's involved with being a certified paramedic?
Yes, we recertify every 2 years. We're required to hold basic life support card, which is just generally CPR, and advanced cardiac life support, which is ACLS. It's more dealing with EKGs and how to run resuscitations, cardiac arrests, things of that nature.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022, were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes,
What kind of shift were you working?
24-hour shift, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And where were you assigned on that particular day?
The Ponquag Station, Station 2.
The Ponquag Station, where is that located within?
The north side of town on Southmont Street.
And how were you assigned to a specific duty or a specific?
Yes, I was assigned to Ambulance 2 with Jason Becker. As I was a field training officer at that point, and he was just finishing up his field training after he recently became certified as a paramedic.
And now, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., were you aware of a call or dispatch in regard to Station House 1?
Yes, we had just returned from a previous call about 5 a.m. and heard the tones go off. Actually, we were in the day room, which is where basically it's the living room of a fire station. And we heard the tones go off. We heard the police going to Fairview Road. And we just kind of sat and were wondering what was going on there.
Now, you yourself, you and Firefighter Becker, were you dispatched to a call as well, approximately 6:41 or 6:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And at the time that you received that dispatch, what, if anything, were you aware of with regard to the prior call that the other ambulance was?
So when the tones go off between the two stations, we're able to hear what the dispatch complaint is, what they're going for, and it came in as, I believe, CPR in progress in the snow or something to that regard. So we knew that it was a fairly serious call that Station 1 had gone to.
Now, when you received your dispatch at approximately 6:42 a.m. or so, what was that call in regard to, and where did you respond?
We were dispatched for a Section 12.
And as far as your assignments within the ambulance between yourself and Firefighter Becker, with regard to this call, who was doing what?
I was driving. He's what we call the tech, the lead paramedic on the case. That's just generally how we operate.
And from your response, or you're driving from Station 2 to Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or experience en route in between the two?
At that point, it was snowing pretty heavily. We were coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take the right onto Fairview. We nearly slid off the road, making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to. So it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and Firefighter Becker were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this call as well?
There was Engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least 2 police cruisers. And then another gray SUV kind of further down from where we parked.
Now, when you arrive in this area on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you sort of observe as far as who's there when you arrive?
When I got out, my Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park were there.
And they were on the engine, is that correct?
They were on the engine, correct.
Now, beyond sort of personnel from your departments, you mentioned that there were some police officers there as well?
Yes, Mulaney and Sarah, and then 2 other females, at least 2 other females.
And the other 2 females, where were they when you first sort of get out of the ambulance?
A few yards ahead of us, a few dozen yards ahead of us, I'd say.
Yards.
And were there any other vehicles beyond sort of first responders that you observed on?
Just that other gray SUV.
And so I guess my question is, where were the 2 females that you observed in relation to the gray SUV?
Near it, maybe in front of, maybe one was inside. There were 3 females there.
And at some point while you're on scene, you learned the identity of your patient, correct?
Yes.
And what was the name of the patient?
Karen Reed.
And you had some conversation with Karen Reed that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated right at that table right there.
I'm sorry, if you could just point as to where she's seated.
Right here.
No, it's just that's record of like identification.
Okay.
Now, when you first sort of arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is the first person that you saw?
Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park.
And following that conversation, who, if anyone, you speak to?
Probably briefly Lieutenant Mulaney, but more, I'm sorry, not Lieutenant, Officer Mulaney and Officer Sarah.
Now, following your conversation, well, let me ask you this sort of in general terms. When you respond to a call for a Section 12, what is sort of the protocol that you go through in regard to that?
Whether it's a Section 12 or any call, basically, the lead tech generally takes over immediate patient care, goes over, assesses. Usually the partner will go over and try and find out background details, try and find not only, well, especially for a Section 12, you want to get, the tech will get, which is Jason's role, the patient story, and then I'll get everyone else's story.
And at some point, you have a conversation with Ms. Reed as well.
Oh, yes.
And where is that in relation to vehicles on scene? So what is that initial conversation?
The initial conversation, she was very upset. She kept saying, so we had a Section 12 written, And that was to take her to the hospital because she made threats against her life, saying, I don't want to live anymore. If my husband dies, I don't want to be alive anymore. And myself and Jason and Lieutenant Woodbury were kind of like, well, that's seemingly more in the lines of normal grieving process after something traumatic happens to a loved one, whether they're going to die or not. We kind of didn't feel like it kind of led to that level of a Section 12 to have her transported to the hospital. So at that point, I exited the ambulance and I went to speak with Officer Saraf, and I said, this kind of doesn't. If we want her to be at the hospital, get a full eval, we're going to need more than just. If my husband dies, I want to die, because that seems.
It's not, oh my God, I'm going to kill myself. It's, how can I live without him, is what it sounds like to me. So I don't know the criteria, but maybe it doesn't quite rise to the level of a Section 12.
It's just like normal grieving things to say. And so I went back to the ambulance. He went, I don't know where he went. I don't know whether it was cruiser or what, but he came back, notified me that her
Sustained.
And from that conversation, did you receive more information or more clarity as to statements in this reading?
Yes, Officer Saraf had said that.
Objection.
So not what he said, sir. So
We
You
were
are
informed
unmuted.
that.
Objection.
I'm not sure.
so you
There's
can't,
no-
you can't testify to what somebody else told.
You answered the question. You answered the question. Did they clarify? Yes. Next question. What did they say? Although that would be hearsay. But you need to just answer the question. It's not a conversation. You're not anticipating the next question, and just answer it while you're at it.
Told you. You can when there's no objection regarding what Ms. Reed told you,
Okay.
but you can't testify what anybody else told you.
Okay.
So when I say sustain, that means you have to stop. And,
Okay.
and the lawyer will ask another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. So, Firefighter Whaley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, you described sort of her demeanor, any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking.
Yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. And at that point, we were just trying to give her any hope that whomever A1 transported was still alive. And we kind of just talked about far off hypothermia cases where, kids have fallen in rivers and been submerged for many minutes, maybe even hours, and survived with no neurological deficits. So we were just trying to give her some sort of hope on the way to the hospital that there was a chance that her husband could be alive.
Now, at this point,
Husband.
what, if anything, did you know about sort of the relationship between your patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the patient from ambulance 1 out of the transport two?
She identified him as her husband
And is that something that she said once or more than once?
many, many times.
Now, she asked you some questions about his status and made specific reference to his clothes. Is that correct?
The only thing I recall is asking if he could have survived without a jacket.
Now, as far as these conversations that you had with Ms. Reed, where did they occur in relation to the ambulance?
They were in the back of the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, was present in the back of the ambulance?
And it's hard for me to say with that. Because there could be cultural implications. I don't think these cultural things would be in Boston, but in some cultures there's you're supposed to be stoic. In some, you're supposed to be overwhelming shows of grief, even if you're glad he's gone. Queen Victoria wore black for 40 years after Prince Albert died. To me, that's maybe excessive, but grief is a weird thing.
Beyond yourself.
Jason Becker.
And with reference to, you mentioned that firefighter Becker was sort of the lead paramedic or the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Yes.
So is there some sort of his role and your role? What are some of the sort of differences in the duties and responsibilities in relation, we'll call it?
So for any Section 12er, our department policy is there will be 2 EMTs, paramedics, firefighters with
And she was a werewolf.
during transport at all times. That's both for our safety and the patient safety. So that's why it wasn't just 2 EMTs or paramedics driving to the hospital. I was in back with Jason, and Sam Park was driving.
Now, as far as you testified earlier about observations of her being sad or distraught, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that consistent throughout your interaction with her, or?
No. There would be episodes where she would go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it.
Well, okay, there's a couple of things there. The, crying into her hands and then perking up. Once again, people deal with stress in different ways. To me, that makes me think it's put on. It makes me think it's acting. Consistency tells me that, it's a legitimate emotion. But it's just like, if you've seen videos of, interrogations where you're hysterical, oh, woe is me. And then the cops ask you a question and then you answer them with a straight face. And then, oh, woe is me. It's obvious you're full of it. But then when the woe is me, how am I going to take care of these children? You have no legal relationship with the children. Johnny was their guardian. It wasn't in his will that you to take over as guardian. Why are you worried about taking care of the kids other than for the next day or two? And you're worried, how am I going to take care of these kids that aren't mine? And then 2 hours later, you're taking your toothbrush out of his bathroom. That doesn't make any sense to me.
And I was saying, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems. She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. That's when I figured out who ambulance 1 transported. And I was saying, well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system. People who came and helped you in a blizzard to help come find your husband. She said, she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things. And that kind of took me aback a bit. It seemed strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead.
Carrie Roberts was the other lady on the scene. She's the one I keep forgetting the name of. But that, what the hell is that supposed to mean? That's just a non sequitur and a half. Once again, legitimate grief can make you say strange things. But I'm confused.
Take you back just within.
I was just kind of surprised.
if I could take you back within that just for a minute. So you had testified that during that, her description, you sort of realized who was a patient in the ambulance one, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, made you realize, or who did you think it was?
I live in and grew up in the Ponquag neighborhood of Canton, and Mr. O'Keefe was known for taking on his niece and nephew after, I'm sorry, I'm not sure positive of the relationship, but I believe it was his sister and his brother-in-law passed away. And it was something people admired him for, people looked up to him for. So but I was able to, I also, I moved into the Ponquag neighborhood back after living outside of Canton for a few years. The O'Keefes lived diagonally across from me. I never had any sort of interaction with him or anything. When I moved in, my wife was probably about 6 months pregnant and I had 2 toddlers, so I was pretty busy. I figured he was pretty busy. I never even had a chance to introduce myself or anything before he moved to Meadows, which is how I kind of figured out.
Your Honor, I object to this line of question.
Okay, next, sustain, next question.
Irrelevant, although the reality is it's irrelevant because this is on direct. The defense, I bet, is going to be, so you were best friends and drinking buddies with him, weren't you? Set up the conspiracy, or at least maybe not his relationship with John O'Keefe, maybe, you know, the Alberts or whoever else.
Now, you would also
Yes.
mentioned during your conversation with the defendant that she had said some things about Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And how is it that you know Kerry Roberts?
Well, Kerry lives around the corner from me.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
It's once again, small town.
Next question, please.
How long have you known Kerry Roberts?
Just from moving back into the neighborhood, she would run the neighborhood block party, and she put out that she would like the fire truck there on the neighborhood Facebook page. So I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the neighborhood block party.
And was Ms. Roberts on scene on Fairview when you arrived in your ambulance?
Yes,
So she was one of the other females along with the defendant.
correct.
Now, with reference to when you brought up as far as support system,
I don't put much stock in body language analysis. It's a pseudoscience. But I will say that's the first I've noticed, other than when she's agitated talking to her attorney once yesterday. This is the first her expression has changed. Looks a little more concerned to me. Like I said, pseudoscience, but it's my perception.
included Ms. Roberts within that. What, if anything, did the defendant say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
This conversation that you had with the defendants in the ambulance, about how long a period of time are we talking about?
20, 25 minutes.
And beyond what you've already testified to, what did sort of that conversation consist of, or what was the sort of tone and tenor of that conversation?
Again, we were just trying to give her any support. She was, once we were getting closer to the hospital, we
Objection.
So the tone and tenor. So what can you tell us about that? That's admissible, Mr. Yannetti.
So, once again, these are Karen Reed's statements, so you'd think they should be admissible, unless they're being suppressed and unless they're not being allowed for some other reason than hearsay. Like, say, relevance. Because remember, I've mentioned the first rule of evidence. Evidence is admissible if it's relevant. So that's the first choice, or the first hurdle, basically. is it relevant? If it's not relevant, it's not admissible. And then it's evidence is generally admissible if it's more probative than prejudicial, depending on, what kind. Some, it doesn't matter if, but is this something that, it might be relevant, but it's more prejudicial than probative. It doesn't really have anything to do with the case. She just strangles puppies on the weekend, and that's what she does with Carrie Roberts. That's really prejudicial, but it's not probative. So I'm just, why are her statements in the ambulance not being allowed in? But the tone and tenor is, because that's probative of what she was thinking at the time, how she was acting, her behavior, and not hearsay. So I'm just wondering what this is.
Go ahead.
The tone, she would go from being almost despondent to when she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts, the only tone I can use to describe it is snarky.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Now, you transported to Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you, during the transport, where are you in relation to Ms. Reed from Fairview to Good Samaritan?
They're hearing
I'm
it.
sorry, I don't understand.
During the transports, Ms. Reed is where within the
I believe we have what we call a check bench, which is a long bench. There's the ambulance stretcher, and then next to the ambulance stretcher is, we call it the CPR seat. And then that's where Miss Reed sat. And then I was in what we call the airway seat, which is basically like a captain's chair behind the stretcher.
And in addition to yourself and the defendant, who, if anyone else was sort of in the back of the ambulance at that time?
Once again, it could be there are pretrial rulings about Carrie Roberts. I don't know. I'm just, there could be pretrial rulings. It's just, to me, without them, it's weird. Especially since we already know Carrie Roberts is on the scene. We have his statement right from the beginning that, oh, if you know Carrie Roberts, something, that wasn't even objected to. So we know they were talking about Carrie Roberts. That's already in. But after that, objection. And that's where I'm really curious.
Transport? During transport, it was just me, Jason Becker, and Miss Reed.
So yourself, along with Firefighter Becker, and
Correct.
Who was driving you?
Sam Park.
Now, when you arrived at Good Samaritan, what, if anything, happened?
Miss Reed was asking to be able to see John, and I made the decision that I would run ahead to see if that was in the realm of possibility with the emergency room physician there. So I ran ahead. I came into they call it the code room at Good Sam, and I asked if the wife could see the husband. The ER doctor asked if she would be upset. I said if she would be upset if she was allowed to or not. And I said she's going to be upset. I believe she's going to be upset either way. He was asking if she would get in the way of the resuscitation efforts, and I said it's possible she's very upset.
And so once you arrive at the hospital with the patient, where do you go along with Ms. Reed?
We escorted her down to we call it the psych hall or the behavioral hall at Good Sam.
And about how long was it after you escorted her into the hospital that you stayed with her following that?
At least 10 minutes.
And during those 10 minutes, how would you describe sort of her behavior or demeanor during that time?
Objection.
No, he can testify to that.
He was given the.
Yeah. He asked what observations of her behavior. That's his direct observation. It's not hearsay because he wasn't asked what was being said. But once again, from her, unless there's some reason it's already been ruled inadmissible. It's, what's your observation of her behavior? Now, it could be, Yanetti's thinking, oh, he's not a psychologist. He can't comment on her behavior. That calls for expert opinion, basically, because experts who have been, certified as experts can give opinion testimony. Lay witnesses can't. So that's the only thing I could see, but it wasn't from your clinical experience. Well, it's everyone can see, was she agitated? Was she calm? Was she worked up? That's not expert, that's observation. So
Nurses a hard time about, I'm sorry, she was giving the nurses a hard time about having to get into a Johnny, about having to submit a urine sample. Even the AR techs went to
urine sample, that sounds like talk screen.
The physician who was in the code room to see if she could not have to wear a Johnny, and the ER doc said no. If she's in the psych hall, she's a psych patient, needs to be in a Johnny.
What's a Johnny? What's a Johnny? He said that a couple times. The first time he said Johnny, I thought he's talking about John O'Keefe, but so if I understand your question, Vince, was she a screeching banshee? I assume is your question. I have never actually, I don't think, watched any Reagan Benson, because why would I do that to myself?
At that point, there was just a nurse and a tech. We don't usually leave a psych patient with just a single nurse and a tech. And so we decided to wait until security had gotten there before we left.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
That's it. He could be getting flustered, but it could be, he's used to having
Nothing further at
conversations.
this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Whitley, when you showed up, you learned that Karen Reed was the patient that you were to deal with, correct?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that she would be going to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that you do when you transport somebody to the hospital is you try to get a medical history, correct?
Yep.
Why is that important?
Generally, we get pertinent medical history to pass on to the hospital. So if something were to happen where the patient wasn't able to describe their past medical history, it gets passed on to the next caregiver, which would be the nurses, doctors at the hospital.
More information is always better than less information, correct?
I would say so.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, did you take a medical history from her?
I assume Jason did.
Okay. Did you learn the results of that medical history?
You'd have to refer to Jason's report.
I may have a moment now.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, if I, I'm actually going to show you two documents with your permission. One would be Jason's report,
Okay.
and you were talking about Jason Becker, correct?
Correct.
The other is a police report from Sergeant Yuri Buchnick. I'm going to give you the second page of that.
So let's do them one at a time.
Sure. And you've asked.
Can't ask compound questions, so don't make compound statements. Work methodically, work in order, one at a time.
For Jason Becker's report, so I'll give you that first, okay?
Okay.
And when I approach you, I'm going to hand this to you, and I just ask you to look at it silently by yourself.
Okay.
And then look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
going to collect that from you, if you don't mind.
The first report was the first report from my lieutenant.
Was Jason Becker's report included in it
Yes.
as well?
Yep.
Having reviewed those documents, does that refresh your memory as to the medical history that was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Just lists multiple sclerosis.
What is multiple sclerosis?
I believe it's a neurodegenerative disease where the myelin sheathing of
Okay, that right here. Objection, 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 objection. He's a firefighter, not a neurologist. He's not a neurologist. He shouldn't be testifying about the symptoms, the causes, what MS is. Just that's part of the medical history they took. Objection.
the trying to think of the word here, but
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I understand.
I'm sure you do. It's a disease.
It's a disease that's progressive and has neurological muscle control things involved with it.
And when you say progressive, that means it gets worse over time as you age.
As I understand it.
Objection.
And that was the medical history you got from Karen Lee?
Correct.
I'm not further.
All right. So, sir,
Objection. You can get that, it's fine that he testifies that part of the medical history was MS. He is not qualified as an expert to testify about MS. Objection.
you are all set. Thank you, Mr. Whitley. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Jason Becker to the stand.
Hey, now we get the one that took the history. So the one that wrote the report that he just refreshed his memory off of. And that's it, Gray Duck. My aunt has MS. I'm not qualified to testify about it. I can testify about what I observe her difficulties to be. But the funny thing is, a neighbor had severe MS. She was in a wheelchair from a very young age. Very different than my aunt. I can testify my observations, but I can't give expert opinion. And what is MS? A paramedic is not qualified to testify about the general symptoms, the cause. But that's it. He'd have a general idea, but he's not an expert. Like I said, to testify about MS and the symptoms, you'd need a neurologist, a neuropsychologist, an actual qualified expert who has studied MS, not just received, here's how you treat MS patients in the ambulance, that they might need these considerations for emergency treatment. So, June, hello.
Please watch your step. Face up, clerk, raise your right hand.
Just tell us when you understand the court and jury in the case now here, it should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
there definitely is a Canton Fire Department look.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
First name Jason.
But and that would have been the prosecution objecting. I have a feeling they might be setting up, you know, it's the progression. It wasn't me. But if it was me, I didn't mean to do it. And even if I meant to do it, I couldn't have done it because defect. So I have a feeling the MS is, you know, she didn't hit him because she was drunk. She hit him because MS made her accidentally hit the pedal. But then that would be, you know, if you're physically unable to handle the car due to MS, you should have voluntarily given up your license. Like, you have a duty to do so, maybe. That's my guess as to why they're introducing MS here is, you know, I haven't mentioned it in this case at all. And as my regular people will know, new cases, I introduce legal concepts brand new. So there's a legal concept called pleading in the alternative. And it's exactly what I just described. It wasn't me because I wasn't there. But if it was me, because you can prove I was there, I didn't mean to do it. It's, you know, I didn't defame them because I told the truth. But if it wasn't the truth, well, I had a reasonable basis to do it. And so to me, it sounds like this is essentially the first step in a alternative defense. It wasn't me because conspiracy. But if it was me, it was a medical issue, not a drunk driving issue. So, and the thing is, Pat, my aunt still drives. For her, it is, my understanding, mostly a pain and maybe fatigue thing. Her, you know, you might have, you know, lack of feeling in your fingers, but your feet are fine. It really depends on the person. MS is not a one size fits all disease, but as Vince said, at least give up drinking and driving for sure. And that's it, June. Here, you know, we're, I'll say mostly the anti-Turtle Boy crowd. I, you know, from the start have said, I think she probably hit him. But that's not saying she's guilty, you know. But I have intentionally avoided outside evidence and, you know, assertions because I want to base it on the testimony in court. So as of now, she's not guilty, presumed innocent. Nothing has been proven so far. But it's, you know, watching the trial, hey, you get to learn a lot. It's, I won't say entertaining, but it's interesting, certainly. And, you know, as you said, afterwards, you watch them from a different perspective. Yeah. If you watch them twice, you know, going in the first time, not knowing what to expect. And then I watch movies twice because sometimes I'll see details that, you know, the third time I see it, I'm like, oh, that's quite the foreshadowing that I didn't realize the first time through. So, yeah.
Jason, last name is Becker, Becker.
And what do you do for work, sir?
And
I'm a firefighter paramedic, Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the
CJ
Canton
5.
Fire Department?
5.5 years.
And prior to that, what if any other employment did you have sort of within that same field?
I worked at Found Ambulance and South Shore Hospital.
How long did you work at each of those respective positions?
Found Ambulance was about 5 years. South Shore Hospital, approximately 3 years.
And with regard to South Shore Hospital, what is it that you did there?
I was a nursing assistant in the emergency room.
And with regard to your work as a firefighter paramedic for the Canton Fire Department, you were a certified paramedic?
Yes,
And when did you first receive that certification?
October 2021.
And is that something that you receive, or when you receive that, is something that goes on in perpetuity, or is that something that you have a continuing educational component or recertification?
Con Ed education, every 2 years you have to recertify.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
I was.
And where were you assigned? I'm sorry, what type of shift were you working on that occasion?
What type of shift?
Yes, like what hour to what hour?
8 a.m. to 8 a.m., 24 hours.
So 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
Correct.
And where were you assigned on that day?
I was at Canton Station 2, Ambulance 2.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned with you to ambulance 2 at Station 2 on that day?
Daniel Whitley, firefighter Daniel Whitley.
Now, at some point when you were working on the 29th, shortly after 6 a.m. or so, did you become aware of a call for station house number 1?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you aware of as far as that earlier call?
As far as a man down in the dispatch, and I believe it was upgraded eventually to CPR in progress.
Now, at some point following that, approximately 6:41 a.m. or so, did you, your station house get a,
Yes.
and what that dispatch in regards to?
I don't think that's my internet. I'm not getting the circle of death. So I think that's just artifacts in the video. So I apologize, but I think that's not on my end.
A psych eval, possible section 12.
And in addition to yourself and firefighter Whitley in ambulance 2, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses were dispatched by your department to that call spot?
Canton Engine 3.
And if you know, who, if anyone, was on Canton Engine 3 at that time?
Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Sam Bach.
Now, with regard to the ambulance that you were in with firefighter Whitley, what were sort of, let me ask you this, between sort of call volume, what, if any, sort of policy or protocol is there as far as who does what on a particular call?
We switch off.
And so on this particular call that you were dispatched to Fairview Road,
To me, that makes sense. Switch off. I believe they were talking about duties on it. You know, you want to rotate. And I'd think rotate teams as well. Keep everyone's skills up to date and make sure everyone works well with everyone. Just continuity works better to me.
what was sort of each of your respective duties and responsibilities between yourself and firefighter Whitley?
Firefighter Whitley was the driver at that point, and it was my tech, so it was called. So the next patient would be mine.
And so as sort of the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as the lead tech's role, what, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have in regard to writing a report?
It's my report. That'd be right.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Your document is after review that with us.
So reviewing his
The first report
report.
up here is the engines. Second one would be mine.
You recognize the first few pages of that as the engine report, and the last few are yours, correct?
Correct.
And that's your report with relation to this dispatch and this call, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce in a minute the next.
So both reports through this witness? Is there any?
So previous witness, he testified about the report, but couldn't admit the report because really it was to refresh his recollection is what he received the report for. The writer of the report can authenticate it. It's not hearsay because Well, I mean, it is hearsay, but you have the person who made the statement as an official record made contemporaneously. So that's your hearsay exception. Official record, official report made contemporaneously. It's been authenticated by the preparer of the report. Otherwise, it could have possibly been authenticated by the custodian of records, but authenticated, so now it's admissible. It is now an exhibit, as it's now evidence.
Any objection?
May I just take a look at the DA's copy? May we approach?
Okay.
Joy. To me, I'm really wondering because with the previous witness, with Lieutenant Woodbury, it was, or wait, no, that wasn't Lieutenant Woodbury. Can't remember his name. But it was the defense that had him refresh his recollection off of the report. Now they have an issue with admitting the report as an exhibit through the next witness by the prosecutor. So I'm wondering, is it because he doesn't think it matches his? It's weird. It's weird. And that's what we've been saying here, June. To convince me that it's this conspiracy, that it's a frame up, you've got to show me the motivation. Show me the motive. Because for 2 or 3 people to get away with murder, sure. But to get dozens of people to go along with it, I don't see the motive. I don't see how you're getting anyone to do it. And you know, at this point, we can't actually explain everything because, like I said, it's all the facts that have been released so far are one-sided and through an unreliable relayer of those facts, Turtle Boy. And so the only facts are what has come out in court so far. And as of now, you know, maybe there's evidence of a little sloppy record keeping, but we don't have evidence of a conspiracy, at least not yet. We're 4 days in. So and are you saying you're learning English, June? This is certainly an impressive subject to be working on your English on, if that's my understanding from that comment.
Question.
With that addendum, I would seek to introduce and make that as the next exhibit.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I return the report to the witness?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
But the problem is, June, ideally the prosecution should prove a motive if they can, but motive is never an element of a crime. Intent is, but that's level of intent. Was it intentional? Was it reckless? Was it negligent? But I did it because he was a cheating bastard. Hey, if you can prove that, that makes it easier for you as a prosecutor. But it's not a requirement. That's just on TV. But if the defense wants to prove a conspiracy to me, if the defense wants to prove a vast cover up, even though they don't have any burden of proof at all, for me to buy it, I need them to at least show me, maybe, you know, certainly not beyond reasonable doubt, but they've got to convince me that there at least could be a cover up.
Now, sir, when you first sort of arrive in the area of 34, when you arrive in the area of Fairview Road, what, if anything, is it that you first observed upon your arrival?
Coming down the street or on scene?
Yes, come down.
Coming down the street, just live police lights. You can see the fire engine, and I believe I said it's one black SUV.
And where is it that you and the ambulance sort of parked in reference to those other vehicles that you see?
I believe we parked.
Pot.
The SUV was facing towards us. We parked to the left. I don't recall where the police cruiser was, though.
And when you first arrived there, who, if anyone, is it that you first speak with when you get there?
When we got out of the ambulance, I passed Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney. They kind of briefed us, and then I walked over to the black SUV.
And when you walk over to the black SUV, who is it that you observe in that black SUV?
I saw 2 females.
And of those 2 females, do you see one of them in the courtroom too?
I do.
Could you just identify as the person seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Right over there, the jacket on.
That's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where within the vehicle is she when you first come up to the vehicle on the field?
When I remember, she was in the front passenger seat.
And
Me too.
what, if any, knowledge did you have as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, and her relationship to the earlier call that ambulance one had been dispatched?
Very little. I think we had gotten briefed that she was the wife of the previous patient.
And was that something that she had stated or something that somebody else had stated? Where did that awareness come
I believe it was one of the Canton police officers that said it.
Wife.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
It was one of the Canton police officers.
Okay.
And so when you walk up to the car, what is it that you say to her? What, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed at that?
So I went up to the window and introduced myself and just kind of asked what was going on.
And how did she respond to that?
She was kind of, she was distraught. She was crying. She kind of told us that the statements she may have made, she didn't mean it because of the current events that she had just gone through.
What, if anything?
Well, she was distraught. She said something like she didn't mean it. And so it sounds like she's trying to retract a confession. Does that sound like she's already trying to retract a confession, realizes she fucked up? That's what it sounds like to me at this point.
What did she say about that? If anything, did she say about what she had gone through?
She had just done CPR on her husband.
And so she referred to him as her husband as well?
Yes.
And this conversation that you had sort of at the side of the SUV, was that through the door, through the window?
From what I recall, it was through the window.
And at some point, does the conversation move to the ambulance?
Correct.
About how long was the conversation at the vehicle before the conversation shifted to the ambulance?
5 to 10 minutes.
And as far as your dispatch for a psych or a section 12, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of that process, just in general terms first, as far as what does that process entail?
When we get on scene?
Yes.
For a section?
Yes, please.
We go on scene, we kind of look at the environment. The environment's like, see if the patient's cooperative, uncooperative, what their demeanor is, if there's any obvious self-harm. If there's none,
It's
we kind of go up
possible.
and talk to them, get a report, and ask them some basic triage questions.
And is that sort of the policy or the protocol of what you followed in this instance with Ms. Reed?
Correct.
Now, beyond what she had indicated to you initially, what, if anything, was she asking you during the course of?
Back to the Future 1 or 2? The expensive dad or the real expensive dad? Well, cheaper dad, because expensive dad wanted even more for 2.
Of your conversation with her once you were in the ambulance?
She kept asking if he was dead or could he be dead.
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
More than once.
And could you describe sort of the tone of her voice when she was saying?
It was kind of like it was a rapid kind of pressure speech. She was just a lot repetitive.
And as you were speaking with her, what, if any, observations did you make of her facial area?
She had blood on her face and her neck and her mouth, her neck and chin.
Regard to sort of any earlier suicidal statements, what, if anything, did she say in relation to that?
She said she made them because she just went through traumatic events, seeing her husband dead, and she had no plan on acting on it.
Oh, okay.
Now,
So it's not retracting confessions. It's retracting the I can't live without him. It's the trying to reverse herself out of the Section 12. Okay. That's why it's important to listen to the full testimony before jumping to conclusions, but I have more fun speculating.
pursuant to a Section 12 call, what, if anything, are you doing as far as documentation goes with respect to vital signs, things like that?
It depends on the situation. In a situation with misreads, I took a regular, just vital signs, pulse oximetry to see a heart rate. But for someone like a female psych patient, it's more verbal.
And as far as any of those sort of vital signs and things that you took, what, if anything, abnormal did you note in regard to that?
Nothing too abnormal. Just the heart rate might be a little bit high, but within normal range.
Could you please keep your voice up, sir? Thank you.
Sorry. But the vital signs, her heart rate was a little high. It was 98, but it was nothing concerning.
During the time that you're having this conversation with her in the back of the ambulance, how would you describe her demeanor?
She would have periods of calmness, and then other periods she would appear agitated because she didn't want to go to the hospital. But all in all, she was cooperative with us.
Now, at some point, she's cooperative, correct, and agrees to go?
Eventually, yes.
When you say eventually, was there some conversation related?
We kind of mentioned to her basically what a Section 12 is. And unfortunately, she'd have to come with us voluntarily or involuntarily.
So you're explaining the process to her, is that correct?
Correct.
Eventually, she agrees to go, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the transport goes, who, if anyone, is in the back of the ambulance with her during the transport period?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance to the hospital?
Firefighter Park.
And which hospital did you transport Ms. Reed to?
We went to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, during the course of transfer to the hospital or transport, what, if anything else, did Ms. Reed say with reference to children?
She was talking about children. She was unsure and she didn't know she'd be able to take care of them. She was worried about that.
She was worried about that.
Yeah, she's worried about who would take care of the children if he was pronounced dead.
And what, if anything, did she say about herself in reference to the children?
She didn't think that she could take care of them on her own.
Not legally, but, she didn't have a familial relationship. Although she did have a parental relationship helping raise them, just not legally. She wasn't a guardian of any sort.
Now, as far as this other person or the patient from the earlier call, how did she refer that person in relationship to yourself?
She was calling him the husband.
Now, with reference to this particular, with reference to Ms. Reed in this conversation, what, if anything, did she say in regard to the last time that she had spoken to who she called her husband?
She had said that they had gotten into an argument. She was sad because that was the last thing she had said to him was the argument, but she didn't go into detail on what the argument was about or what was said.
So that goes towards motive. We were arguing.
Now, with regard to her speaking about what, if any, further conversation did either yourself or firefighter Whitby have with her in regard to that?
With children?
Yes.
I don't recall.
The other female party that Ms. Reed was initially with in the vehicle when you first arrived, did you know who that was?
I don't know who she was.
And at any point in time, subsequent to that, you learned?
I did.
Who did you learn?
She was Miss Carrie Roberts.
And with relation to your conversation with Ms. Reed
Were you going to get a flurry of objections here, maybe?
On that day of January 29th, what, if anything, did you say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now I'm really getting curious.
The in regard to the sort of medical questions that you asked, from those medical questions, what, if any, questions would you typically ask someone with relation to consumption of alcohol or drugs?
Well, probably part of the psych assessment, I asked if she had taken any drugs or alcohol, and she denied it at that point.
She said that she had not, correct?
Correct.
All right. So that's evidence of her being untruthful. She'd been at the bar. She'd, talk screen probably is going to show some level of alcohol, but she's saying right here, nothing, no alcohol. Now, being a liar doesn't mean you're a killer, but it doesn't help her.
The observations that you testified to earlier in regard to her, and by her I mean Ms. Reed's demeanor, did that change at all during the course of your interaction with her, or was that consistent as well?
Demeanor as in...
It's a poorly phrased question. I'm going to try and rephrase it. So with regard to her demeanor, throughout the course of your interaction with her, how would you describe that?
She was cooperative. Then she'd be calm, and then eventually she would kind of get a little agitated and repetitive questions. But she seemed distraught.
With respect to the person she indicated was her husband, what, if any, questions did she ask you or firefighter Whitley or both in relation?
She was asking if he was dead. Oh, could he be dead? Could he be dead? And she said, could I have hit him?
All right, so there's that. Could I have hit him? As opposed to, I hit him. Oh, God, I hit him. But this is after her interaction with firefighter McLaughlin. So, to take a tack from the defense attorney, oh, so her story is changing now. She said, I hit him, and now 20 minutes later, could I have hit him? Now that's me being sarcastic, of course, but.
Was that something that she asked once or more than once?
It wasn't a lot. It was more of, could he be dead? Could he be dead?
So somewhat repetitive, is that correct?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's, yeah, I don't see the motive. And like I said, I don't see the conspirators' motive for killing Johnny, but then it's also the why her, other than her showing back up on the scene. But why not frame Carrie Roberts? Why not frame Jen McCabe? Why her? You weren't here yesterday unless you were lurking, but because everything in life has a South Park reference, if I'm going to go the frame up job, let's say I'm the Alberts and I did it, I'm not framing Karen Reed, I'm framing some Puerto Rican guy. It was some random person drove by and hit him. I'm not trying to frame up Karen Reed. I'm framing up some Puerto Rican guy. So I'm not seeing the motivation to kill him or to frame her. But once again, I'm going to base it all on the evidence that comes out at trial. At this point, it's all speculation. So.
Firefighter, just my own clarification. You testified earlier that first arriving on scene and first spoke with Ms. Reed, she indicated that there was some statements that she said there were some statements that she did not mean, correct?
Correct. Suicidal statements.
And so, exactly. So my question.
So that's what I was clarifying earlier. My first thought was statement she didn't mean meant confession. But
That was in reference to the suicidal statements she made prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Not to any subsequent statements, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
seriously, Vinny made that argument? He's a prosecutor. Alcohol, unless it's involuntary intoxication, is not an excuse. She may not have fully formed the intent for second-degree murder, but the thing is, it's still drunk driving manslaughter. That's right there in the charge. Alcohol is contemplated in the charge, drunk driving manslaughter. I can't believe Vinny, like, other than spitballing, thinking aloud, but that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Okay, and that's a good point. I see Vinny P. If it's a guest on his show, because like I said, Vinny is a prosecutor. I would at least hope he pushed back if it was someone else. But the thing is, like I said, even for second-degree murder, it's so settled that voluntary intoxication is not a defense to murder. It's not a defense to any crime. Now, if you're so intoxicated that you've lost bodily control, but it's just, and the thing is, though, even playing devil's advocate, you know, that there are laws. You'd think he'd know as a prosecutor. But wow. Oof.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Rona. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You and I have met, right?
I believe so.
I wanted to go back to one piece of testimony that you offered on direct examination, if I may.
Sure.
You had, in response to a question from the prosecutor about the medical history and your question to Ms. Reed about whether she had had any alcohol to drink. I believe your answer today was she denied having drank alcohol the night before?
At the time that she was, she could have, I don't know if she drank alcohol the night before, but at that time I asked if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
I'm sorry, if I just didn't hear.
Yeah, you need to keep your voice up, sir. Speak
Okay.
directly into
Sorry.
the microphone.
So I asked her if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
Oh, if she had any drugs.
Well, if she'd taken any drugs or alcohol, she said no.
Did you specify a time period?
I just assumed it'd be in the last few hours for the reason why we were there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Unsure if she had alcohol days prior, but for the reason why we were there.
Okay. So was it your understanding that the two of you had an understanding of what you were asking?
Sure.
I seriously think Turtle Boy wants to have sex with her. And clout.
Objection, move this.
Yeah, yeah. So the objection sustained. It's stricken. Ask the question differently, Ms. Tianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I guess with regard to your intent and your state of mind when you were asking that question, you were asking, had you taken any drugs or alcohol within the last few hours? That's what you meant to ask?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
What did you specifically ask?
So when I ask a patient if any drugs or alcohol, I'm talking about at that point in time, but an hour before, 2 hours before, not days before, weeks before.
Okay,
So-
and this was at 6:40 in the morning?
Correct.
Did you smell any alcohol on her at that time?
I did not.
You would agree that she did tell you at some point that she had had alcohol the night before, correct?
No.
So this is now, what's today, May 3rd of 2024?
Correct.
And this happened back in January, on January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
You were interviewed by a Trooper Michael Proctor on February 14th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I recall meeting with him, yes.
That must have been quite a Valentine's date.
And February 14th of 2022 would have been a little bit more than 2 weeks after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your memory of what Karen Reed told you about whether she had anything to drink the night before would have been much better on February 14th of 2022 when you were talking to Trooper Michael Proctor than it would be today, correct?
Correct.
Because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
Certain circumstances, sure.
And with regard to whether Karen had indicated that she took any drugs, you told Trooper Proctor she said that she had not, correct?
Correct.
With regard to whether she had had alcohol the night before, you told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that she did consume alcohol last night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to see you at sidebar on this. Please bring that with you, please.
And that's hearsay, what he told Trooper Proctor, but it's also maybe a prior inconsistent statement, which could get it in. But other than being a prior inconsistent statement,
Did you miss anything?
I don't know how this helps his client. You want her sober. An element of one of the crimes is she was drinking.
With your permission, I'll repeat the question.
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that Karen had told you that she did consume alcohol the previous night, correct?
If that's in his notes,
Well, is your memory exhausted as to whether you told him that?
I don't recall.
If you saw his report with your statements,
And this could be, it's not this firefighter inconsistent statements. It's, well, you are saying now that she said she wasn't drinking. You said in your report she wasn't drinking, but this guy says you said she's drinking? That's the conspiracy. Proctor changed his testimony to him, is my guess is where they're going here. But once again, let's see what he put in his report, because I'm assuming that's part of the history. It's the standard history you take on a psych call. It's part of the standard history you take on any call as a paramedic, I'd assume, but especially a psych call. So what does it say in his report? I assume he just refreshed his memory on his report. So
would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
And June, you haven't been here the whole time. I've been saying, to me, there should be no crime DUI manslaughter, because to me, that's depraved indifference. You get in a car having been driving or having been drinking, that's depraved indifference. That's second-degree murder, not manslaughter, not DUI manslaughter. But that's not the way the law is written. Presumably, there being a separate law for that means the legislature intended to carve that exception out of the depraved indifference for second-degree murder. But that's the thing about lawyers is, we argue technicalities. We argue these little details, but still, that's the law is, voluntary intoxication is not a defense.
It's a two-page report. I'll give you both, actually. It's a two-page report. I'll give you both pages, but I have highlighted a line on the second page, so I would direct you to that. May I approach?
Yes. And take your time reading it, sir.
Yes, yeah. And please read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So I did say.
So, Mr. Becker, a couple of things. Wait for a question,
Oh, I'm sorry.
but also
Sorry.
you have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
I'm close to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. Most of the jurors are further away.
And the way this works is I have to collect that from you and then ask you a question, okay?
Sir.
I may approach you on it?
Yes.
Witnesses don't know the rules about refreshing their recollection, but that's why you do trial prep.
Having reviewed that document, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not Karen Reed, or strike that? Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to the fact that
Does that refresh your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
It does.
Okay. And so did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 14th that Karen Reed had told you on January 29th that she had consumed alcohol the night before that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you were listening to her talk at times, that her speech was very rapid?
Correct.
And particularly when she had said the words, is he dead? Is he dead? She would repeat it repetitively, correct?
Correct.
And she was fixated on that, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the last interaction that she spoke about with whom you thought she said her husband, she didn't give you any detail about that, correct?
She did not.
You don't know whether it was an in-person communication?
That wasn't my position to ask more details about that.
Oh, and I'm not criticizing you, sir. I'm just trying to get to what your knowledge was in terms of what information you got from her. So she didn't stop.
And that's absolutely true, June. Well, frankly, this is in Boston. I'm in Utah. Sometimes the accent can get me. But, I studied finance before law school. There are times I think, maybe I should go even just to the community college, take basic level psychology classes to help myself as a lawyer. Because my understanding is there's an entire field of, basically courtroom psychology. There are experts.
Specify that it was an in-person communication, correct?
No.
She didn't specify as to whether it was a phone conversation?
She did not.
She didn't specify whether it was a text message exchange back and forth?
She did not.
And she didn't specify whether it was an angry voicemail that she left, correct?
She did not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
That little redirect.
Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Or,
All right, Mr.
sorry.
Becker or Firefighter Becker, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you.
I think
If you can leave that right where it is. Thank you, sir.
that's where we're ending it today, but I'll wait for confirmation.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
May we approach?
Sure.
Might just be they're approaching saying, yeah, we expected the on-site visit to go longer. We didn't have any other witnesses for the last 10 minutes of court today. And so because it certainly looks to me, even though court TV, Law and Crime left their feed up a lot longer.
Does it make sense that rather than?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to place any Australian accents other than just generic Australian. I couldn't put Western Australia versus Northern Territories versus New South Wales. English, I can do a lot better, but I also lived in England. But yeah.
With another witness. Figure it's a Friday afternoon. It's been a long week for you all. We'll excuse you at this point. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, disregard it and let us know. And have a great weekend. Monday will be a full day. We'll see you first thing Monday morning.
That's, to me, drunk driving is enough of a scumbag move that if you kill someone with it, to me, you know, getting in a drunken boxing match, that might be different. But yeah. So either way, that went a lot longer than I thought. I knew it was a full day of court, but it's with the jury view, I thought we'd be done sooner. That's okay. Paul, no idea. Although some people, you know, if they've been together long enough, they're living together or seeming to live together. You know, it's most states don't have common law marriage, but you know, I've known people, yeah, that's my wife. They've been together forever. But I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is I'm tired. I'm hungry. So yeah, it's we've still got weeks to go, miles to go before we sleep. It's you know, as I've said, we're still in the presumed innocent stage. Nothing has been proved to me yet. Nothing's been proved to me yet. So I want to hear from the investigators as opposed to just the paramedics, but I understand, get all the paramedics out of the way all at once. He's working methodically. This is how he organized his case. I want to hear from the police mechanic, tore down the car, examined the car. I want to hear from the medical examiners. We'll see where we start next week. We'll see what witnesses we start with on Monday. But with that, please do the YouTubey things, like, share, subscribe, bribe your friends and family to do the same. And I will see you on Monday. Bye-bye.